So we are in a new season. We are now in autumn if you're in the northern hemisphere, or spring if you're in the southern hemisphere. So wherever you are, welcome to the new season, the new seasonal energies. In this week ahead, we've got a couple of planetary moves, which will be affecting us in the realm of mentality and communication, and also our feelings and how we're relating to people. So that's obviously Mercury is moving into the sign of Libra, and also we've got Venus going into Scorpio. This is an interesting week. This is absolutely bringing us to the end of September, and I also think this is post eclipse. So I wonder what kind of post-eclipse business you've got going on. And it's also pre the next eclipse, which is happening on the 2nd of October. So, I really think like the last eclipse that we had, the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th, it was really showing us where we're wanting to move to. It was giving us a real hint of what's not working, and really what kind of clarity we're wanting, what kind of, I think, freedom. I think these big full moon eclipses are really encouraging us to get really real about our preferences, like up close and personal. And it was attached to the North Node, like the moon was on the side of the North Node, really showing its kind of futuring us. Now what we've got is this little bit of rest time in between, whilst the moon is getting smaller again. We're in a waning phase. And as we're coming up to the next eclipse, the annular solar eclipse, which is a new moon eclipse, and it's very much tied in with the South Node, I see that we're going to be able to cut away from the past, like make those changes and zoom off into the future in the direction we're actually hoping to move towards. Like these solar eclipses are absolutely aligned to the new moon energy, which is starting from scratch, starting over, starting on a new direction. So this week that we're in right now, I see with Mercury and Venus, we're going to be thinking and relating to our lives in a different way, and reflecting quite a bit. So let's get cracking. Let's start to look at what's going on. Before we do anything, I just want to say I'm going to be launching the Equinox forecast, which will be a 3-month blueprint for every sign. This is coming out after this particular video, so watch out for it. It will outline the next 3 months for your sign. And of course, like all of my work at the moment, you can look at it from the perspective of your ascending sign, your sun sign, and also your moon sign. So in this short video, shortish, actually it's not short at all, is it? It's probably going to be about 3 or 4 hours like the rest of it. But the first part is absolutely about the lineup of the planets in this week ahead. So in this part, I'm going to be looking at the patterns arising, a little bit about Venus in Scorpio, and a little bit about Mercury in Libra. Mercury in particular is the man of the match this week, I think, because Mercury has a lot of aspects immediately before he's going into the sign of Libra. So I think we are closing off some big patterns, and I really am seeing that, we are about to have a scene change. I think things are going to change in, I think, a much needed way. Mercury in Virgo, it went into Virgo, then retrograded into Leo, and I think we were identifying with ourselves a lot. And when it came back into Virgo, boy, was it incisive. Mercury in Virgo does run the risk of kind of alienating people, because it is so convinced with purity of thoughts and intentions and words and stuff, that it can hold on to ideas and the truth of ideas in a way that can sometimes be counterproductive in terms of getting on with people. We can use information against people rather than recognizing that information is information. Like, are we going to be ruled by our information, or are we going to use it intelligently? So I think, Mercury can sometimes get the bit between his teeth in the sign of Virgo. I mean, it's his ruling sign, or one of his signs he rules, but so he does love being there, and sometimes he can be a little bit I think unhelpful, which is funny because obviously the sign of Virgo really wants to be helpful, but I think it brings up this idea of, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? as Mercury is going into Libra, I think we're going to concentrate more on, is this information that we're sharing, is it being shared in a way that can promote harmony, and that can be heard by everyone? Sometimes the way that, direct communication is shared is done in such a kind of, I don't want to say factual, because like you can be factual and not alienate people. And yet the energy that I was noticing in the last couple of weeks is that things have been almost snipey, or not almost. I mean, if you've been watching things, you'll be like, whoa, calm down there. So yeah, I'm really focusing. I think we are focusing, on moving forwards in a way where we're going to get less snipey, and start to realize that the whole purpose is to have a conversation, because conversations are the things that are really moving things forward. And so, yeah, in this week, the moon is going from the sign of Gemini all the way through to the sign of Virgo. So it starts mutable, ends mutable. And during this time, the moon is getting smaller and smaller. So we're really starting at the third quarter phase of the moon, which I think is quite a dynamic turning point. It's really time to start letting go and reflecting. It's really not the time to keep holding on to things, because when we're holding on to things, we're really holding on to the past, and we're really holding on to something that's not necessary for us right now. Like, where are we in this present moment? If we're continuously kind of dragging the past with us, our lives get very, very heavy. And so, this is a time to really reflect on the heaviness and reflect on how we can shift from heavy to getting lighter and lighter, because obviously as the moon's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, we could actually be lightening the load, like letting go of the baggage. So yeah, I really think the phase of the moon is absolutely aligning to us, shifting, letting go, releasing, and feeling into a lighter and calmer mood, really detracting from the high energies of the partial lunar eclipse. I mean, that eclipse, either side of it saw an assassination attempt, and also the mass eruptions and explosions of pages. I mean, that's pretty sort of explosive and high energy. And then like talks about starting World War III, and people drawing lines and really saying, if you're going to step over here, this is going to happen. So this is all very big stuff, and I'm not saying you can just walk away from it, but how can we change the way we're relating to that information? And I think this is what this week's going to give us. So on Monday, the 23rd, one of the more important things about this is Venus going to Scorpio. I'm going to be doing a little piece on Venus in Scorpio. She's definitely going to be featuring in these week ahead forecasts. But the moon is also square Saturn and conjunct Jupiter. So it's quite a strong day. Venus in the sign of Scorpio has us feeling like we are, it's intense, it's deep, it's loyal. It can get a bit obsessive and possessive as Venus is really sort of gaining speed here. But there is a desire to relate at a deeper level. So Venus in her own sign, or one of her own signs, in the sign of Libra, she's really wanting to relate to everybody and find balance and peace with everybody, which is lovely. And now she's going a bit deeper. She's recognizing where she likes to relate, like who she's wanting to relate to, and then choosing to relate more deeply and intensely. And it's kind of mysterious, like Venus is picking some favorites now. She's not necessarily in that sort of space of popularity where she's sharing herself out in a very sort of fair and equitable way. Now she is making conscious, discerning decisions about who she's going to focus on. So I do think, we, in this reflective stage, we might also be choosing to spend time around people that we are passionate about. you know, and that doesn't have to be sexual. I mean, we can be passionate about, you know, loving somebody, you know, like we can, you know, adore spending time with our friends and our family. The square between Saturn and Jupiter, I think, is really bringing up a focus. You know, maybe we're realizing that things have been quite polarized. And, you know, as we're going into this week of reflection, we just don't want to be hanging out with anyone. We do want to be more vibrationally matched to the people that we like around us. So as we're going into Tuesday, Mercury, this is when Mercury's starting to come into his own, because like I said, Mercury is the man of the match. The big highlight on Tuesday is that Mercury is going into a trine with Uranus. Now, I think that this is the lead up to when Mercury goes into Libra on the 26th. So, you know, in the early parts of this week ahead, we've got the sort of scene change. Not only does the sun go into Libra, or it's already gone in on Sunday the 22nd. So, you know, the sun has already gone into Libra. So we are wanting to relate to people and I think have a level of initiation and like social leadership. You know, I think this is a time of relatedness, and the fact that Venus is going into Scorpio, you know, is making us want to relate at a much deeper level. As Mercury goes into Libra on the 26th, you know, we might be relating to people at a deeper level, and yet there is an energy of fairness. There's an energy of wanting to go into conversation, like leading into conversation. And so I think, you know, wanting to have conversations with people that we genuinely care about, you know, and have slightly stronger feelings for, I actually see is being really deeply beneficial for us. Now, before Mercury goes into Libra on the 26th, he's going through a rapid change of energies. First of all, the trine with Uranus, which is quite shocking and revelatory. Then he will be going into an opposition with Neptune, where we might be questioning ourselves a little bit more and doubting ourselves. And then into a very powerful trine with Pluto, which is almost like, okay, so what does this mean for me? You know, after I've been shocked, I've doubted myself. Oh, now I'm transforming. So I think there's likely to be something going on that is stimulating a change in the way we're thinking. So as Mercury comes into the sign of Libra, there's the material there for us to have these very deep conversations, and equitable, like sort of deep conversations, but not nasty conversations, you know. So I think this is helpful. And then we've got a couple of really light days. You know, Friday the 27th, there's just a ton of sort of energy, like the energy. Friday it's sextile, and then Moon square Venus, which makes us feel slightly out of sorts, but it's not a great big deal. You know, we just might be feeling slightly covetous of the people that we're around. And then on Saturday, lots and lots of minor aspects. The only sort of aspect that I really see as being a fairly important one is the trine with Chiron. But, you know, as I say every week, the moon moves very fast. So as the moon is coming into a connection with the planet, however that connection is made, we don't have to sit with a lasting residue of it. I would say, with the exception of the eclipses, which are pretty big events. So Friday and Saturday are quite quiet, you know. So I think there's a lot going on in the first part of the week. You know, there is, like, we've gone into Libra, Venus has gone into Scorpio, Mercury's done this rapid changing energetic with three outer planets, you know, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and then he changes, and then it's wow. You know, this lighter energy. I think it doesn't mean to say it's going to be quiet, but I think it's creating a sense of natural busyness. I would say Friday and Saturday are your days to go pottering and attend to lots of little bits of nitty gritty, you know, because to me it feels like your energy can change quite a bit. Not to say it's going to have these great big swings of a pendulum, but it's just going to be like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, like lots of little movements. And I think that's perfectly aligned to the energy of doing one task, doing another, doing another, doing another, and having lots of little micro scene changes throughout those 2 days. And then as we're coming into Sunday, I think this is another day of reflection. You know, the sun is in an opposition to the nodes at that time. In particular, the sun is in an opposition, to the north node. So it's not, it shouldn't say nodes, it should say node, but it is also in a conjunction with the south node. And the south node is very much about where we've been coming from. So I really think we're picking up on the story that, you know, has that we've been left off with, you know, from the partial lunar eclipse. You know, the energies around last week were pretty intense and deep and quite clearing. I mean, I had some really big changes and some exciting things. Lots of new things are on my periphery. So to me, it feels like, and you know, this was really, in a square to my sun, so it's likely to have affected me at quite a deep level. But I feel like I've got some answers finally that I've been puzzling over for a good 3 years or so. So something has really clicked in me, and I've spoken to quite a few people just in this last couple of days who have a similar feeling, like something has just clicked. And the funny thing is, for everyone I've spoken to, it wasn't something that was completely new. Like their solution was something they had been thinking about, but they weren't at the right place to be able to use this particular solution. So I think something from the past, which really kind of fits in, you know, with the fact that, you know, the eclipses are about past and future. To me, it feels like an idea from the past has come up, and now we can see that it's something of the future. Now, you know, what I think is going on Sunday with the sun in a conjunction with the south node, and the moon kind of coming back closer and closer to the sun. The moon is waning. It's like letting go. To me, all throughout this week, we are slowly letting go. Are we letting go of views? Are we letting go of opinions? Are we letting go of baggage? Are we letting go of, you know, decisions to hold other people accountable for the stuff that's going on in our lives? Are we, you know, what are we letting go of? But something feels really quite fascinating, I would say, that we are edging more into a space of relaunching. You know, I think this is the sort of, on Sunday the 29th, to me, this feels like a really, I think this is a very strong day for us to realize what permanent change we're going to make. This annular solar eclipse is really good. I really like it. Its astrology is very clear, and I will be recording more about that as we get closer to that particular date on the 2nd. But I think on Sunday the 29th, we are really sure in our new actions so that we can absolutely move forward and work with the energy of the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October. So they are my thoughts over this week ahead. And like I say, you know, the energy between the 23rd to the 26th is really ramping up, you know, in terms of like a relating scene change, like how we're relating to people, and then how open we are and ready to go into conversations with people. Not conversations that we find easy, but conversations that we might have found challenging. You know, conversations where it might have felt threatening over this last 3 weeks when Mercury was in Virgo, but it's the idea that we might be able to listen to somebody else and recognize that, you know, their views on things are opinions. And if we can actually look underneath those opinions and actually connect with them at a deep level, which is very much Venus in Scorpio, we can listen to them, which is very much Mercury in Libra, and we can hear the intention behind the opinions. You know, I think when you're just taking opinions at face value, you're missing the whole point of the conversation. To understand what is motivating people, it's very easy to say, oh, you support such and such, therefore you are this, 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 and this, and this is obviously what you stand for, because that's just looking at the shell. It's not looking at the whole person. You know, somebody might have very good reasons that make really, really good sense to them, and actually, when we get down to a much deeper level, you know, we realize that they are not the enemy. They, you might not be in agreement because you have a very different motivation. But does that make one person categorically more wrong than you? Or is it just that somebody has a different way of seeing the world based on their experiences in their life so far? You know, we're all at different stages in our journey, in particular with the hurts that we've all sustained throughout our lives. You know, we've all got hurt. We've all got roughed up the wrong way. We're all vulnerable in different ways. Funnily enough, I think when you dive really deep, most people have a wound about fitting in. Most people have a wound about being needed or being necessary or unwanted. Most of us have a really big problem with being singled out or bullied in some way. You know, most of people's views are coming from the place of where do they feel most safe. And it might not make sense to you how they've got there, but that doesn't make them wrong necessarily. You know, so I think this week is setting the scene for like more listening and less judgment, and a deeper connection, like a deeper desire to connect with people and get to their core truth. So this makes me feel optimistic. And I think there's enough news around, like all around us right now, you know, so we've got plenty of material. And if we can only slow right down, I think this is good. And that Sunday, the 29th, to me, feels like something is changing. And it might just be there's something in you that's changing, something in me that's changing, because we realize that holding really hard views about things is exhausting, and actually it's making us all ill. It's really not making anyone healthier. You know, if you believe in a connected universe, which you may well do if you're watching this, watching this channel, that we're all connected. If you're holding a negative view about half a population, then that's going to weigh heavily. Like if we're connected to each other and we're hating half of it or being dismissive of half of it, that there are big sort of ramifications of that energetically. Could you imagine how much better you might feel in yourself, in your health, in your energy levels, in your feelings of peace and serenity, if you could just see everyone as having different viewpoints and loving them irrespective of where they're coming, like, you know, what the outer shell of that looks like. These are really big times. And I think if this week, you know, on Sunday, when the sun is in a connection to the nodes, you know, conjunct the south node in opposition to the north node, what I think is going on is the realization that actually we might not want to feel so polar. We might not be in agreement, but we don't have to be arseholes about it. You know, we can still respect another person for a different view. So yeah, massive changes, you know, from, you know, last month, and screechy voices, really screechy voices. We are coming into a time of depth and an opportunity to listen to the other. And, you know, it's very easy. You know, I think this is going to bring up lots about sibling rivalry, and our, you know, the families that we grew up in, because Venus and Mercury, you know, at some level could represent brothers and sisters, you know, the original ideas of siblings. And if we learn early on that you can only win by your sibling losing, that's really difficult to get out of that pattern as we grow. I mean, I've got a sister that I was very much, I saw as a rival, you know, and I think it's really important that we're able to recognize that everyone has a place here. Everyone, you know, we've all earned our right to be here right now. So I wonder how it's all going to play out. I don't know if you're excited about this as I am. You know, I honestly think we've got some fantastic opportunities to connect at a deeper level. So yeah, that's taking us right the way through to Sunday, the 29th. Before I go any deeper, just want to thank everyone that supports this channel on an ongoing basis, or, you know, every now and again, or people that share this, or like, and, you know, people that subscribed, welcome to the channel, by the way. I didn't introduce myself. I just assume I'm Louisa. You know, so hello if you're new here. But yeah, thanks for everyone that supports. You know, this really helps. And I love you and I appreciate you. You know, we are all, you know, growing this. You know, it's interesting because like every week, you know, I get comments, and if I don't respond to them, I probably have read them, and I'm just thinking, oh, I'll use this moment here and respond. But, you know, I do listen to, I really do listen to what people are saying, and hear that what people are going through. And especially in the last couple of like 3 days or so since I've released things about the Galactic Center, I've been overwhelmed actually, and really like warmed by the fact that there are so many people who consider themselves to be on an awakening pathway. You know, I don't often talk about it, you know, in astrology, because, you know, I don't want to assume that everybody that's watching this channel is interested in the idea of awakening or raising consciousness. I mean, that's absolutely where I put myself. I absolutely do want to explore consciousness. I think that's the whole purpose of this journey here. But it's absolutely heartening to realize that, you know, so many of us are really wanting to take personal responsibility and to explore the whole idea of this interconnected place where we all are right now. So yeah, thank you. You know, I really do care about what you're sharing, and it does get incorporated into these readings. It really, really helps me. So thank you. Okay, so let's have a quick look. Venus then. Now, it's interesting. I said Venus in Scorpio and her aspects. Funny thing is, Venus isn't really doing much this week. You know, she is going into the sign of Scorpio on Monday, the 23rd. And now, you know, she's in her detriment in the sign of Scorpio. Not very happy in the sign of Scorpio necessarily, which is why she can become a bit of a crank. You know, she can get a bit possessive, can get a bit obsessed, and can be a bit intense. That's more, you know, that's more of you know, she's not herself. You know, like if you think of Venus being all about connection and relatedness, in the sign of Scorpio, she wants to relate at a deeper level. And, you know, when she's really beautifully lined up with other planets, she can express that depth and loyalty in a really positive way, because, you know, a touch of loyalty and depth can take any relationship beyond the boundaries of civility and politeness. You know, it can absolutely get a relationship really rolling. However, you know, when Venus is negatively aspected in the sign of Scorpio, then her bitch side comes out. You know, she's really unhappy and has got a bit of a chip on her shoulder and probably an insecurity complex about being feminine. You know, so you may well get the sort of distorted, more strident feminine who gets absolutely intense and effed off and and really takes it too far. What I'm delighted to share is actually that Venus, although she's not doing much this week, you know, she is slowly moving into this place. And as we're coming into next week and the week beyond, she is going to be in a very powerful grand trine with both Mars and Saturn. You know, so it starts first with Mars going into an exact trine with Saturn on the 30th, which is actually Monday of next week, you know, the following Monday. However, all this week, Mars is applying into a trine with Saturn. It's setting, you know, like with all of these constellations of planets, you know, like as they constellate, you know, as they're coming into a pattern of some sort, there's always one pair of planets that starts it going and then another planet that joins in. And so there's always an actual kind of natural rhythm to it as it happens. And this is starting with Mars applying into the trine with Saturn. This is about us taking action, about and also being very disciplined. So there's this feeling of discipline moving us forwards, which I think is actually quite helpful. Mars and Saturn as a partnering pair, I don't like them so much, when they're in a square or an opposition, or, and also in a conjunction. I think it can get a bit cruel. Saturn can get a bit cold with Mars's fieriness, ironically, because Mars is pretty fiery. He's going to do stuff, but Saturn, can be a sort of like responsible energy that is slightly fatherly in a kind of nice father way. We've all got like maybe a grandfather, or a particularly sort of responsible, authoritative character in our lives somewhere. I'm sure everyone's got a mentor somewhere, and Saturn, beautifully expressed, can be a really lovely mentor, but negatively expressed and sort of connected with a stressful Mars can absolutely snap and make decisions with a cold, calculating heart. But this, I think, is really helpful, this lovely trine. And then as we're going through the week, Venus is applying into the trine with Saturn first. So Venus and Saturn in a trine, I think, is really helpful. There's a lovely balance between things being about connecting because it's about people, but also connecting because of a system. I think it can absolutely get a balance between need and like what we want and what we actually need. So I think these two can be very practical, and I think it can create a practicality around money. Lots of people have been worrying about stock exchange fluctuations, and obviously things that are going on in the world right now make everything shudder. I do think we're coming into a time of very strong monetary changes. I'm not a financial astrologer, by the way, but we are coming into a time from November right the way through to midsummer when we have like 6 major changes. Pluto, the North Node, Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, and Saturn all changing signs. That's huge. And that kind of run up will really shake things up financially. But right now, maybe in this time between the 30th of September and leading up to the 8th of October, as this is coming in, and a week after, and it's already coming in right now. Like the week before, everything is starting to come into that alignment. Things come together almost like a dance, and they interact, and then they're moving away, but they're all still in some kind of connection together. But I see this as practical action based on reasonable thinking, because obviously Mercury is going into the sign of Libra, and then Venus. It's also practical wealth, practical decisions around wealth, and then Mars and Venus is very much a balance between the male and the female, and maybe finding a point of maturity. So we're not. Our arguments aren't all very yielding in a sort of feminine way or deeply masculine, but we can find a neutral point. Interestingly, Mars, at the time of this, they're all obviously in water signs because they're in a trine, which mostly is all in one element. But, Mars in the sign of Cancer, I think, is actually quite, it's not one of his strongest places. It brings more of a motherly or a feminine kind of energy. And obviously Venus in Scorpio brings a bit more of a masculine, feminine, so this would be interesting, but it's stabilizing. And I think it's dynamic enough to help us move forwards with some great aim, some big move that we're wanting to make. Maybe it's a move where we might need money or resources, and a move where we need to take reasonable action. So I actually see this coming up as being a time when we're going to move forwards with something that we are really passionate about. Because again, Venus is in Scorpio. That can create a bit of fanaticism, but it can also create this mysterious intensity, like this intuitive knowing. And so I think, Venus, while she's in Scorpio, she's not doing much this week. She's just kind of easing herself into position, as if, when you go to a party and you might think, oh, I want to connect with that person over there. And it's not quite the right moment. They're in a conversation. And so you might just be aware of where you are in the room in relation to everything else. And you can just kind of move an edge ever closer. The time's not right for that conversation, but it's coming up. That introduction is happening soon. So that's my thoughts a little bit about Venus going to Scorpio. And then Mercury in Libra. Interestingly, before Venus went into Libra, she was obviously going through the sign of Virgo. And, just before she moved over, she made a trine with Uranus, an opposition with Neptune. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, she went into Libra and then made a trine with Pluto, because I think Pluto at that time was just still in Aquarius. But this kind of kite was going on with Venus first. Now Mercury, who's hot on Venus's heels, Mercury is making this same kite. Obviously, the sun has also made this kite. Now, if we look at the idea of this kite, we've got this resonant Uranus and Pluto energy, which is about creating inventive transformations. It's almost like we're channeling in and knowing that it's time to surrender some things, because when we're fighting against reality pretty much always wins. Anytime we're fighting against something, we're not going in a beneficial direction for ourselves. We are caught in the fight, we're caught in the story of it. So I do think Uranus and this ongoing trine to Pluto is like a radical surrender. It's a radical new direction for ourselves. We are transforming the way we're doing things. I see this as being really supportive and helpful, and that things can get moving. Now, obviously, people can use that energy any way they want. So I think, if you're applying that to create positive change for you, that's great. But, there might also be people outside of us or governments outside of us rallying to do some deep change, and they could absolutely use that to create almost cataclysmic events. Each of these aspects has a positive and negative. I'm very mindful. Someone made a fantastic comment actually in one of my recent Galactic Center videos, because I was talking about the energy of the outer planets and the galactic center, because in my lifetime, and most likely yours if you're watching, many people have had the galactic center in a conjunction with one of their outer planets, like Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto. And I was giving a very sort of positive view of how we could connect into consciousness and use that energy in our lives and to help humanity. And someone said, well, these could be actually really catastrophic, these connections between these outer planets that create masses of change and the galactic center. If somebody wanted to create lots of change in a very willful way, it could be, it could lead to some very, very dark times for all of us. So I am very aware that, Uranus and Pluto, which, uranium and plutonium, this idea of nuclear is also very strong, and it could come up. But if you could apply the idea of nuclear, like the idea that there is an energy force that is so strong in your life that you are able to obliterate your patterns of self-sabotage, or obliterate some aspect of you that is really holding you back. And by obliterate, I don't mean like kill it off, like stabbing things, or like, I'm absolutely not advocating a violent cutting of something. What I'm speaking of is making a beautiful, incisive change in your life. So I think this is really, really helpful, this trine. It's showing us what we need to do next. And if we have the courage to do what we want to do next, we can make beautiful changes. Like we can redirect our life in a very creative, creative way, you know, because we are creating a new timeline for ourselves. We're creating a new future. You know, often when we make changes, we have to kind of mourn the past, or a lot of us mourn what might have been. You know, I see that we can actually make changes without mourning the past. We can just say, thanks, you've got me where I am to now. And yet, you know, I'm going the rest of this alone, not necessarily in terms of your partners, but, you know, even with ideas, it's like, yeah, thank you, idea, whatever this was. You've kept me safe this far. You know, this belief system I've had about myself, you've kept me you've kept me going so far, but I'm done with you now. You know, I'm moving on. So this is a really big time of fundamental change at our core. And at the same time, they've both been working with Neptune. Neptune's the interesting one because obviously Venus has gone into an opposition, the Sun has gone into an opposition, and now Mercury is going into the opposition. You know, so first, these big decisions were really led by a feeling of love. Like, what would love do right now? You know, what do I need in terms of my relationships right now? What's not working in my relationships? And then once we've got that intel, then the Sun's coming in, and, you know, we're talking and saying, okay, well, how can I make changes that are going to affect my expression? It's almost like we needed to get our relationships thought about, and understood from a different level. I have to say, when Venus went into that position, all hell broke loose for me personally, because I was realizing, wow, I'm not sure about how this is working. And it caused such a raft of deep conversations between me and my hubby, and it cleared a lot of old stuff in a way that has moved us forward. And, you know, we've really not looked back since. It's been really, really, it felt difficult at the time, and then it felt fantastic. You know, what's happened just recently, you know, with the Sun going into the exact opposition with Neptune and connecting to these two, we've freed our expression. And that's exactly what I was experiencing last week. You know, earlier I said that partial lunar eclipse, I feel cleared, like something about my personal expression I've been wanting to shift. Now I know what steps I need to take. Now what's coming in is Mercury, and you know, Mercury is making all of these shifts before going into Libra. So, you know, Mercury's still in that sign of Virgo when he's in that trine with Uranus, in that trine with Pluto, and in the opposition to Neptune. And so there is a big change in our thinking and what we're prepared to communicate. And right before this, you know, Mercury, you know, like I said earlier, Mercury in the sign of Virgo is incisive and can be a bit bitchy, can be a bit can like cut it a bit close to the bone, let's say. You know, Mercury will say the truth sometimes, you know, under the premise of, oh, I'm only helping, but, you know, maybe not really thinking about the relatedness of us. And you know, there is a way to say things to be right, but there's also a way to say things and express yourself where you're sharing the truth, but it ends up that you're happy. Like, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? I think there's a really big shift coming with this. And then as Mercury comes into Libra on the 26th is the dynamic day. You know, like after all that intense thinking, and problem solving, you know, where Mercury's going is into a place of fairness, into a place of conversation. Like, we're mature enough to have conversations where we can deal with very tough things and still stay connected. Like, that is the true measure of how mature we are. Are we able to have conversations with people that might be really difficult, and do it in such a way that we're not triggering each other, that we can come into a greater partnership? Can you imagine how much stronger your partnerships might be if you're able to listen to each other when you've both got different views and come out of it respecting the other person? You don't necessarily have to change. It's not about one person changing their views and another person, because that's all about passively winning. It's not about that. It's about how can we have a conversation where everyone gets a chance to express themselves and feel understood. That would be so powerful. And can you imagine if we were having these kinds of conversations and not feeling the pressure to move or change? That's the thing I really notice right now, is that there are so many narratives and conversations kind of pulling you to change or pushing you to move. It's all been about moving positions. But of course, Libra is about the balance. It's not pushing or pulling. It's leaving everything balanced. So you are completely free without any hooks in you to move forwards of your own volition. That is the true power. And I actually think this is like leadership in communication, leadership in conversation and thinking. And, you know, with Venus in Scorpio, I think we can have some very deep relatedness as well. So, fingers crossed this actually does happen. But again, you know, I'm not trying to push this, although it might sound like I am. You know, this is what I'm offering as an interpretation of these energies. And I think this could be really quite magical. So I'm going to start the forecast in just a second. But before I do, here's what I'm going to be focusing on. So I'm going to be focusing on Venus going into Scorpio, Mercury going into Libra, and the intense mental change that we're going through in the lead up to that. And then also paying attention to the phase of the moon and the signs that it's in. And also giving a little bit of attention to the ruling planet of each sign. Each of these forecasts is for if you've got the sun in that sign, the ascendant, or the moon in that sign. I think if you're listening to it from the perspective of the moon, then you might want to consider, you know, the emotional journey in this week ahead, or the journey of your intuition and what's going on for that. If you're looking at the sun, you're thinking about it from the position of how you're expressing yourself and absolutely being your most talented self, or also your most cliched self in this week ahead. And then the ascendant, it's really giving you the architecture of how your life is looking in this week ahead. So hopefully that will give you a great new insight for the week ahead. Hey Aries, so this forecast is taking you from the 23rd of September right the way through to the 29th of September. So we're into a new season now. The sun went into the sign of Libra just yesterday on the 22nd. And as we're looking at this week ahead, there are a couple of planetary changes. We have got Venus going into Scorpio on the 23rd. And then on the 26th, we've got Mercury going into the sign of Libra. Now, Mercury is making some really, really big aspects. You know, is making a trine to Pluto, a trine to Uranus, and an opposition to Neptune. So what does all of that mean? And how does it fit in with the moon phase that we're in right now, which is the third quarter moon phase going into the waning crescent? So what I'm going to cover in this short reading is how it all fits together and what you might best focus on during this week ahead. Right off the bat, I want you to be aware that if there is a time for relaxing and kind of pottering, doing your own thing and getting like chores done, like any big things, any little things that you're wanting to do in the week ahead, I really see that Friday and Saturday are your days where you can sort of attend to things in a kind of low key, in a low key way. There's nothing too strong going on astrologically on those 2 days. And also that the first part of the week is a lot more intense and a lot more patterned than the rest of the week. So, you know, Monday through Thursday, there's some big decisions, big ideas, big questions, and possibly some real changes that are coming up for you. And yet Friday and Saturday, it's the time to attend to little things. And then Sunday, I really see that all of this, like everything that's gone on in the week, it settles, it integrates. And I see that this week ahead is, if anything, is preparing you to make a big change coming up from the 2nd of October, the day of the annular solar eclipse. So if you think about it, last week, we had the partial lunar eclipse, and I think that really brought to a head a lot of different patterns, a lot of key things, especially hidden thoughts that you had. Like the moon, the full moon in a conjunction with Neptune on the day of the partial lunar eclipse would have brought out a load of stuff from your unconscious mind, loads of stuff that had been hidden, where you hadn't, you had a sense of something, but you weren't quite sure why. Now, in this week ahead, what was hidden is now revealed, and we're making sense of it whilst also preparing ourselves for the next eclipse on the 2nd, where we are letting go and we're setting off to sail in a new direction. Now, interestingly, the eclipse coming up on the 2nd is going to be in this part of your chart. So to me, I feel like you're letting go of, like you're in the process of really kind of letting go of old thoughts about yourself and what it means to be you, and whatever was hidden and possibly troubling you, so that you can have a much freer expression in the form of your relationships, that you have a much more easy time in determining who is really for you and who you really want in your life and who you don't. I think this week here is a real sort of clarification of that. Now, the first thing that I really see is going on is, we've got the moon phase. We're in the 3rd quarter moon phase, which is a dynamic resting, not a resting point, but like we are resting right now. The full moon last week, the eclipse was pretty strong. And I think, like the sort of burden, like the emotional psychic burden that was going on, it's now time to rest and recover and not go hell for leather. It's the 3rd quarter phase is about, I think, releasing in a place of gratitude and a place of forgiveness, faith and gentleness. These are all qualities, I think, that allow us to calm our emotional system down, but also our body. Our body would have been on high alert last week, and so this is absolutely calming us down, so we can get back into a better set of body feedbacks. Like our body is always feedbacking lots of information. Our nervous system would have been kind of really inflamed, or agitated last week, and this is the time to calm it, to soothe it, and to release. The more we're releasing, the more we're soothing ourselves. And you might not have that much to release, but you might find that actually releasing your body, your muscles, and going into a yoga or a meditation is the kind of release that you're looking for. The moon is going through your 3rd, 4th, and 5th house, and so I see that as being very, very personal. Like it's kind of releasing your ideas about belonging, where you belong, and how you fit in. And encouraging you to be calm about it, not to push any issue about it. Your ruling planet right now is, in the 4th house, which is wanting you to take action at home and to be quite dominant at home. And yet in this week ahead, especially as your ruling planet is applying in a trine to Saturn, and will later make this beautiful grand trine. I actually think what's really going on is, with this week of reflection, you're able to make some sensible decisions about the action you want to take at home that will really transform your home, because you understand what was hidden in the back of your mind, and you can also see where other people's expectations have been weighing you down. And so I actually think this is a time to get real equilibrium at home. So again, the waning crescent is there to absolutely release with gratitude all those tightnesses and tensions that you've had in terms of where you're belonging and where you are at home. And this is actually leading you into a more creative phase, like between the 26th and the 29th, for instance, when the moon is in the sign of Leo. There is more of an energy towards gentleness with the people in your life, like your children that you love, maybe if you've got children, or more intimacy with a partner if you're in a partner, or it's like the intimacy of creation with yourself. If there's something that you love doing that helps you get back into your body. So really what I'm seeing is, like last week, there was so much going on that it's like busy heads and agitated bodies. Now, like the energy is kind of drawing in. How can we ground ourselves and come into ourselves and come into that place of rest and relaxation? And as we come to the end of the week, the moon's in Virgo in your 6th house. It's really about that groundedness and about rest and nourishment. And if you can carry on with that until the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd, that would be a really good trajectory for you to go. Just keep resting, keep looking after yourself, keep nourishing yourself. And this would be a fantastic week to make decisions to do just that. Now, Venus on the 23rd is going into the 8th house. That's going to create, I think, deeper conversations with people you are really, really intimate with, like your absolute immediate family. So like your partner, if you have one, your parents, if you're in touch with them or if they're still alive, like the old family patterns, old family karma, maybe even family DNA. You know, maybe there is a situation that gets passed down from, generation to generation. This is a time where these deep conversations can occur. You know, Venus in Scorpio, she can get mad and cranky for sure. But actually in this week ahead, she's not doing much. She's just being aware of the inner psychology that you've got to do with your family and your upbringing. You know, those things that you might feel a bit guilty about or ashamed about or a little bit resentful about, because Venus in Scorpio can be a bit resentful. So those kind of patterns will be arising most likely as Venus comes into Scorpio. And yet you don't have to take action on them, you know, because the beauty of this is as Venus goes through this sign, she's going to make that beautiful grand trine with Saturn and Mars, your ruling planet. So there is an energy with Venus coming up for you over the next 2 to 3 weeks, whereby you're going to get the chance to really let go of some of these old generational patterns and thoughts. And maybe entanglements over money and entanglements over possessions, like who owns what, who does this belong to? And so in this week ahead, all Venus needs to do, like in terms of how you want to relate to people, just sit back and reflect, sit back and listen, sit back and think, okay. Yeah, it's like tuning in. You know, Venus, your relatedness is tuning in. It's intuitive. There's no need to push in your relationships right now. Be in a place of yielding. And of course, on the 26th, well, leading up to the 26th, you know, Mercury's making a lot of connections. So first of all, on the 24th, that's Tuesday the 24th, there is this trine between Mercury and Uranus, which I think shocking information can come up from people that you're partnered with, people that you're you have some kind of relationship with, and it could feel like there's something going on with your self-esteem. So I don't know if they're sharing something with you that maybe stings a bit, or maybe you're sharing something about how you're feeling that stings them a little bit. To me, it's a little bit shocking. It's not necessarily meant to sting or hurt, but it's meant to clear things, like clear old bits and pieces that are coming up. Of course, if Venus is sitting back and relaxing, you might be getting all this information and you might be ready for a nice clearing conversation. But, you know, if you haven't been reflecting about your relationships, you know, as Venus is in the sign of Scorpio, you might have been collecting information that you want to kind of whip people with. You know, that's the darker side of Venus and Scorpio. So, you know, choose your side right now. Are you wanting to punish people? And, you know, things could absolutely explode on the 24th, or are you wanting to absolutely work with the people in your life to get some resolution? If so, then just sit back and watch what's going on. On the 24th, something might come up that is shocking. Another way of looking at this, the 24th is generating ideas. Mercury and Uranus in a trine, it's always generating ideas, and these are ideas that could be building new systems of thought, systems of relationship, and relating. So I think that's helpful. Then Mercury on the 25th, that's Wednesday the 25th, is going into an opposition with Neptune. And I think there's this feeling of, okay, I just don't know where to start. It feels like being in my relationships and having these conversations, it's dissolving part of my identity. Or maybe based on what's happened the day before, you're realizing crikey, I really thought I knew this. I really thought I understood this. I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm doing. So it's this moment of maybe vagueness and vacantness where it appears that, and it might be that moment of cognitive dissonance, when there's something and you almost can't believe it. And so you're like, okay, how can I drift out of this and not focus on this? This is too hard for me to look at. It almost looks like if you were to consider it, you might have to concede or change your views a little bit. So I think on the 25th, one of the resonant frequencies is of kind of whistling and looking off in another direction, saying, nothing to see here. Are we pretending to be vague, or are we actually vaguing things up for our own survival? Lots of people have these kind of little patterns that, where we go blank all of a sudden, and we're not quite sure where that's come from, but it's like rabbit in the headlights. But this will change, because as we're going into the 26th, that's the day that Mercury finally goes into Libra. There's the transforming, up here, there's that's where Pluto is. Pluto and Mercury are in the trine. And then it's like, okay, to me, that feels like the resolution thought, okay, how can I transform what might have shocked me and where I had a sort of moment of numbness and vagueness? Then comes the resolution. And actually, I think it's more about how you're being in the world, so you might realize your resolution is about how you stand in the world, how you take up space. You've got a new set point, and it doesn't have to be drastic necessarily, but there is a transformation. And then boom, Mercury goes into the sign of Libra. So, thereafter, I just see that we're actually thinking, what, I don't want more dramatic conversations. We have to do this a bit differently now. How can I lead? How can I be a leader in conversations in such a way that there's fairness, that there's listening, that everyone's heard and feels valued? And so I think there is a shift, and there's a lot more conversations, but that don't have to go completely haywire, where there's a certain a level of balance. Now, on Friday and Saturday, the 27th and 28th, they're the days to get your chores done, as I said. And then on the 29th, I like this day because the sun, which is here on the 29th, the sun is in a conjunction with the South Node. To me, this is, okay, this is where we were. I'm making a decision about my next step forwards. And I really think that we know now what has worked in the past and what hasn't. What from the past is going to persist. What from the past is staying in the past. So I think Sunday the 29th is a recognition of how far you've come in just a week. I was saying to my husband just a day ago, it feels like I've done a year's worth of growth in the last month. That's how intense this year is. And I think actually next year is going to be more intense. So what decisions you're making around the 29th, I think, is really like leading the way to the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd, where there is a new moon eclipse in this part, giving you a new chance with your relationships for greater honesty, greater fairness, a much better way of listening to each other, a much better way of relating. So it's a great week ahead for you, Aries. But if you can hold on to the idea of relaxing and refreshing and not kind of diving into everything, it will go so much easier for you. So there you go. Have a great week ahead, and speak to you soon. If I can be of any help, by the way, just get in touch. All of my details are in the description below. So, if you click on the video, click in the description, you'll find all my details. So anyway, lots of love, and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Taurus. So what I'm looking at right now is the week ahead, starting Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you all the way through to the 29th of September. That's the Sunday. As we go into this new week, we are already in the new season. The sun has already gone into the sign of Libra. So the sun is really activating this part of your chart. And for the next 3 months, the sun is going to be taking you on a bit of a journey really into the purpose of relationships in your life. And this happens every time, like every time this comes up, every time, like at this time of year, we're going through the same patterns. You're going through the same patterns. So I think this is a time of personal shift with relationships. Now, what is going on? Well, in this week ahead, we've got a couple of big things which I'll be talking about. The first one is Venus in Scorpio. So your ruling planet, Venus, is heading into the sign of Scorpio and is absolutely going to be highlighting all things relationships. So I will be talking about that with some depth. On the 26th, Mercury, which has been going through the sign of Virgo, a fellow Earth sign, for the last 3 weeks, it's going to go into the sign of Libra, but not before it makes these very dramatic aspects. So there's a lot of things going on with Mercury. He's the man of the match this week. You know, he is absolutely going through a lot. So I'll be talking about the kind of thinking that you'll be going through most likely in this week ahead. But before I take that any further, really what I want to talk about is the moon phase that we're in right now. You know, and talking of the moon, you know, how did you get on at the eclipse last week? So last week on the 18th, we had the partial lunar eclipse, which was absolutely bringing up a load of stuff about global visions and how you fit into the overall picture of the world. Like, do you consider yourself a citizen of the earth? You know, what's going on in your friendships, and also the tensions of you wanting to kind of control the things that you want in, like your passions, your love, you know, your hobbies, how creative you are versus how much you're creating with other people on, you know, something much bigger than yourself. So it's brought up a lot of stuff, and like all eclipses, I think, are portals of decision making. Now, this particular week is sitting in between the partial eclipse on the 18th and then the annular solar eclipse that's happening not in this week, but in the following week on the 2nd of October. And that's going to be really highlighting how you are moving forward to the next 6 months before the next eclipse. But it's about getting everything working beautifully in your life, including your health, which I think, you know, I think there's some restoration that's going to be going on. So you are in this decision place. Sorry about my dogs barking in the background. You're in this like decision place. This week is taking you from the first eclipse, whatever was coming up for you last week, and moving you towards the next eclipse, which is how are you going to be? What decisions are you going to make? So this week, you know, the moon is coming back down from the full moon, and the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's the waning phase, you know, the third quarter to the waning phase. It's a time for us to be gentle. It's a time for us to reflect, to restore. And I think like gratitude is a natural feeling that comes up at this time, because whatever was brought up last week, it's like, thank God I don't have to do that again. And wow, that was a lot. And you know what? It's out now. So what am I going to do with it? You know, so I really think whatever was going on for you at the time of the eclipse, there's a certain amount of kind of gratitude that you can have for yourself in recognizing those patterns that were coming up, those patterns that maybe felt a little out of control and maybe too big to handle. So in this week ahead, it's slowly, let's just relax, let's restore, let's nourish, let's get some rest. We don't need to make any big decisions right now. In fact, the best way forwards is to hold off on decision making and see how everything is settling. So it's that feeling of gratitude and gentleness. Like, how much gentleness can you give yourself this week would be a great way of thinking about it. Now, you know, the moon is going to like start the week off in the sign of Gemini, which absolutely, you know, brings to your mind, you know, how rewarded do you feel? Like, do you feel like you have value? Where's your, you know, what kind of self-esteem do you have? How do you value yourself? You know, and again, if you can reflect but not judge, you know, kind of feel it, observe what's going on and move forwards. The moon, between the 24th and the 26th, which I have to say, there's a lot of stuff going on with Mercury on those times. It's highlighting, where you belong and how you fit into the world. And then the 26th to the 29th, your focus is really on home. And that is a real point to be quite still, actually. The moon going through the 4th, it's a time to absolutely rest, not do too much, but just relate to the other people around you. And then as it goes into the 29th, just before it comes into the new moon, the annular solar eclipse of next week, there is a feeling of creativity that comes up. And of course, if you have rested and relaxed for a week and just taken your foot off the gas, of course, the moment when we do feel a bit rested, our creativity, our natural creativity does come back. So that's where I would put my attention if I was in your shoes. So let's have a look at Venus then. She's your ruling planet. Right at the start of the week, she's right at the end of Libra, and then she heads into Virgo on the 23rd. Now, she's not doing too much this week, which I think is great, because last month she was pretty much the strongest planet, I think, for 2.5 weeks. She did actually make this kite. Mercury's here right now, but a month ago, Venus was here reacting with Pluto, reacting with Uranus, and also going into an opposition with Neptune. Now she's moved on. It's like she's already done a lot of big business. So where has she been? Well, she's been making decisions about how a greater level of personal independence can be integrated into your life. She was also looking at the need for personal freedom and how that relates in terms of relationships and in terms of your life. So there, I think, Venus's journey has been showing the effects of what happens as we get a little bit more independent and a little bit more curious. Does that change your relationship? And if so, how? How does your relationship cope with those kinds of questions about honoring yourself as you're growing? So to me, Venus has been dealing with growth in your relationships and how you stay related. Now she's actually going into this part of your chart, which is all about relationships. But I have to say here, she gets really personal and gets a lot more deep and loyal and intense. And, if you've got squares coming into this part of your chart, like the 7th house of your chart, you might find that Venus here is activating a lot of intensity and possibly possessiveness and obsessiveness. But that doesn't necessarily have to come up. Like if this part of your chart, in your birth chart, if you know your birth chart, if it's easy and there's lots of beautiful trines and easy sextiles, then Venus coming here is going to be activating a lot of, I think, deepening joy with your partners. But essentially, Venus in this point is really wanting you to connect with your partners at a deeper level. Your levels of loyalty and trust in each other are set to augment, get much stronger. So I see her as being really quite beneficial. You're not looking at people. To me, it's quality over quantity. Last month it felt like there were lots of people buzzing in and buzzing out of your life, and lots of different things going on. And yet now, the abiding energy is to go deeper with the few. So you might just be with your partner and maybe a couple of close friends, over this next month ahead, whilst Venus goes through the sign of Scorpio. I think with the deepening energies in how you're relating to others, it's really helpful, because you're more likely to stick around if you're not in agreement with each other. And this is where Mercury comes in. So let me talk about Mercury's journey. So on the 24th, Mercury is making a trine to Uranus. And again, the subject of how you can be more independent, how you can be more original, how you can honor all those things about you that are a bit weird, a bit different, all those things that make you, to me, there's a feeling of honoring, like you might be talking about yourself in those terms. You might be recognizing, actually, this is part of who I am, and I'm happy to communicate it now. I don't have to just feel it, but, you know, I am stepping out in this new independent way. You know, like Taurus aren't really known for like being like pathologically independent. That's not to say you can't be on your own. You know, I know many Taurians who feel very connected in nature, but like if you see people going for a walk on their own, it looks like you know, they're wandering off on their own, but they feel quite connected. You know, I think Taurians really do look for connection. So, you know, what's going on right now is this deepening journey into independence, and how you can kind of cut your own like how you can be your own vibration, which might be slightly different to everybody else's, and how can you be comfortable with that. So I see that, you know, on the 24th, there's something deep about that, and there might be some interesting conversations with people where you're speaking out quite vociferously from your newer independent way of thinking. Then the next thing to strike is the opposition with Neptune. You know, so you might find that you've had this like moment of liberation, and you've communicated with a lot of authenticity and truth, and yet now it just feels a bit vague with your friends. Like there's this moment, so this is on the 25th, Wednesday 25th, there's this moment of feeling like, ooh, how can I smooth things over? Do I need to smooth things over? Did I go too far? Was a bit too strident? How can I backtrack? So it feels like there's this energy of maybe mild panic or a bit of dissonance, like you're almost trying to distance yourself from what happened the day before, or your friends are. To me, it just feels like that it's not that clear cut with your friends and the people that you're aligned to. And then on Thursday, the 26th, there is more of a resolution energy, you know, where Mercury is in a very compelling and magnetic connection with Pluto, and it feels like all of a sudden your thoughts come alive. They come into context. It's like you've focused them properly, and you can see, actually, okay, this is what it all means, and yeah, I can stand firm with this. Now, to me, those few days, like the 24th, 25th, 26th, feels like you've been through a big shift, a big change. And then straight after, Mercury goes into the sign of Libra. To me, what that's saying is you're wanting to get on with things. You're not wanting things to linger. Your communication's the way you are. It's more healthy when you can find a way to talk honestly and not have a big old drama because other people have got their knickers in a twist. So I think thereafter, from the 26th, is this new opening for conversations to become more beautiful. Like, you know, like how can we communicate in such a way that everyone can be listened to and understood? And to me, it feels like your health depends on it. To me, it feels like the more you can talk freely, whilst not falling out with people, and for that to happen, I think there's a lot of give and take. There's a lot of listening that needs to happen, listening without judgment, but listening with curiosity. I wonder how you can do that for the people in your life, to listen with curiosity. And maybe, you know, at the start of the conversation, you know, maybe over this month ahead, you know, it starts off a little shaky, because, you know, I think many of us are conditioned to go into attack, especially like, you know, when we, you know, like if you watch anything on YouTube, or if you watch things on the news, or if you watch presidential debates, for instance, you might have picked up on the fact that there is, there's a very strange narrative that's being set in the way that people are communicating right now. It's not natural. I really do honestly believe that humans are much better when we have support around ourselves, you know, when we're not isolated. So any kind of behavior and communication that's leading anyone to feel isolated from a situation is not working. And it's when you're feeling disconnected and isolated, I think, that the health issues arise. So I think this next month ahead is going, or the time that Mercury is in Libra, is going to be important for you, because how you're conducting yourself will impact your health, and it could raise you up and enliven you, or it could absolutely kind of be almost pulling apart at you. So I don't mean to be dramatic about it. But yeah, there's a lot going on, and I think you'll get a lot from this Mercury in Libra phase. Last thing then, Venus, she's not doing too much in this week ahead. She's sitting back and listening. However, she's going to be making a lovely grand trine with Mars in Cancer and Saturn in Pisces. That's all to come up in next week and the following week. And during that time, the decisions that you're making are going to absolutely start to take flight. This is a time when your creative energy is coming into its own. So yeah, overall, relax as much as you can, reflect as much as you can, notice what's coming up, and know that as all of these threads are coming together and you're able to see them without judging them, you are setting yourself up for a much deeper change. You've got this beautiful grand trine coming up and the very, very powerful annular solar eclipse, the new moon in Libra. And this is, I think, a very big reset point. So this is a beautiful week ahead for you. So I hope you like that, Taurus. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. All of my details below. Just invite me to work with you and we can take it from there. But anyway, lots of love. Take care. Hey there, Gemini. So we've got an interesting week coming up. This is the week starting the 23rd of September, taking you all the way through to Sunday, the 29th of September. As we start this week, we've just gone into a new season. The sun has gone into the sign of Libra, setting off a whole new trajectory for the month, the season ahead, where we go through the Libra season, the Scorpio season, and the Sagittarius season, which will lead us into the official start of winter for the Northern Hemisphere, or summer for the Southern Hemisphere. But for now, we're in this quadrant. That's where we're working on. So yeah, as we start this week ahead, there is a feeling that there is a new start. And in fact, there is a feeling of a new start, like a scene set, a reset. And in this week ahead, we've also got Venus and Mercury both changing signs. This is also the week in between the two eclipses. So we had the partial lunar eclipse last week on the 18th, and that was absolutely bringing up energies in terms of your output, the recognition and support that you get, and how accomplished do you feel in terms of your career, in terms of how you are in the world? Like how much of a noise are you making? Do you want to make a big noise in the world, or are you one of these people that just wants to be subtly successful? Who knows? But that would have been turning up a lot of turning up loads of ideas in terms of authority, like how authoritative are you, and how are you around authority? So lots of things brought up last week at the time of the eclipse. Now we are processing all the stuff from last week in this week ahead. It's a moon phase of the third quarter to the waning crescent, which is a time for us to rest, relax, restore, and I think to use gratitude, like where we can be forgiving, where we can have gratitude for ourselves. Forgive me. I think, we are setting ourselves up for a really lovely annular solar eclipse that's happening on the 2nd, i.e. next week, the 2nd of October. And that will be really activating this part of your awareness, which is all about your creativity, your vitality, your passion, how much joy you have in your life. So, I really like the fact that these two eclipses, one is about your output and you as an authority, and do you feel like you're creating a legacy? Do you want to create a legacy? How do you feel in terms of where you're going? And then, based on those summations, the following eclipse is taking you back to the beginning of your creative journey, where you are thinking, okay, I want to create out of a place of joy and a place of love and passion. I want to use the things that light me up to lead me forwards. So this could actually end up being part of your career expression. So this week in between, this is where a lot of the integration, I think, is going on. And here's why. So we've got Venus going into the sign of Scorpio, and she is absolutely bringing a sense of grace and poise and beauty to the way you're organizing your life. I think this is actually quite helpful. I think when Venus goes through this part of your chart, we are absolutely looking after our life a lot more gently, like we're not pushing ourselves, we're not forcing ourselves, but we're just accepting that we have things that we need to do. We have responsibilities, we have our health, we have our diet, we have all of these, we have all these parts of our life, all these different faces of our life, these different sections that all need to work in a kind of balance. And Venus, as she comes into this part of your chart, I think is restoring the balance in the flow of your life, like how much attention you pay work, how much attention you pay your body, how much attention you're paying to your money and how you're managing your finances, and also how you're managing your diet. This is about bringing a sense of beauty and equilibrium in that area. Now, the other big change is Mercury, which is your ruling planet, and that's going into the sign of Libra. This is almost, I think, showing you the way that you might be going around the time of the annular eclipse. Now, what is spectacular about this not transmission from Libra, what do I want to say? Like this ingress into Libra, this movement into Libra, is immediately before Mercury is actually coming into an exact trine with Uranus, then making an exact opposition to Neptune, and then making an exact trine to Pluto. And then on the same day it makes the trine to Pluto, going into the sign of Libra. This is a very busy week for anyone with a Mercury energy. And of course, you're a Gemini. It's your ruling planet. So what I will do is take some time to pace out what all of these aspects are about, and then what will happen as Mercury moves into Libra. I actually think Mercury moving into Libra is coming at a good time. Recently, for the last 3 weeks or so, Mercury has been in Virgo, finishing off the busyness and the decisive, slightly particular energy that's been going on. So Mercury going through the sign of Virgo, I think, was a little bit nitpicky in this last 3 weeks. There's been a lot of communication and information sold in a way that this is right and this is wrong, rather than in a way that's collaborative, in a way that might work for everyone. To me, there's been a lot of judgment going on during this Mercury in Virgo phase. And actually, there is a time and a place for every kind of expression. And yet, to me, it just feels like the time to be nitpicky and to be critical and to divisive in information sharing is over. Now, I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying this is what's going on, what's been going on in the last few weeks. Now, what's coming up, I think, is an apathy for everything that is nitpicky, for every kind of sharing that is quite, divisive, that's trying to pull away at self-esteem. Mercury in Gemini can be very healing and restorative. The whole Mercury in Virgo can be healing and restorative. The whole idea of Virgo is to be helpful and to be of service and to heal existing situations. And yet I think Mercury in the most recent lineup with the planets has been quite stressed. And so it's been bringing out the worst sides, almost the shadow side of Mercury in Virgo, I think. And so what's coming up before Mercury goes into the sign of Libra is a final kind of reckoning, I think, of the, a final summing up of this time in Virgo. And this, because you're ruled by Mercury, I think this is going to affect you more so than other signs. In particular, Mercury has been going through the fourth area of your chart, which is about your house and your home and your family and your intimate relationships, but also the basis of your programming and your behavior. And so I think a lot of the patterns that have been coming up over the last few weeks, in the way that people have been communicating, has been very pointed and very sharp, and has most likely created a sense of dis-ease. It hasn't been very nourishing. It hasn't been very Virgoan. If anything, it's been unnourishing. It's been a lot of told you so's, but not much empathy for everybody who is here. Now, as you know, Mercury goes into sign of Libra on the 26th, there is this energy of communication that can actually heal and restore balance. The idea that we can communicate with a sense of fairness and a sense of everyone coming out of a conversation alive. It's not about winners or losers. I know obviously there's a big election coming up if you're in America, and obviously in the UK things have been quite interesting, and there's all sorts of things going on, isn't there? Like the EU has just voted on like whether are we supporting ideas of moving in on Russia or not? And the EU, has also been creating this very right and very wrong and polarized ideas. Interesting about like the idea of nuclear war, by the way, because both Uranus and Pluto are involved in these deep discussions with Mercury, and of course uranium and plutonium are kind of nuclear, so there's a lot of big stuff going on. So anyway, on the 24th, Mercury is making a trine to Uranus, which is really surprising to me. It feels like there's some kind of communication within the family, and it feels like some old patterns are coming up, some old triggers. It feels very triggering, as if somebody's like slapped you, and like taking you from not behind, but like, taking you by surprise. That's the word I'm looking for. So to me, it feels like on the 24th, there's something very revelatory and shocking that takes you completely by surprise. And it feels really enlivening and possibly deeply irritating. Now, obviously, energy such as Mercury and Uranus can be taken in two different ways. There's two sides to every coin. So, on the positive, it could be a beautiful download and channeling that comes through and is shocking the way you might live, but in quite an enlivening way. Some new information comes along and then you're like, boom, that's my direction, and all of a sudden it's all changed. But on the negative, it could be that something deeply held within your unconscious mind kind of bursts free, and it's like, where did that come from? And you may well find that from, this part of the chart is known for hidden enemies. So you may well find that something from the past creeps up and it's like, yikes, I thought I'd laid that to rest. So, there is a feeling of shock and revelation, I think, on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, there is the numbness. Mercury in opposition to Neptune really numbs Mercury's ability to think properly. And that sometimes I think comes up with a sense of cognitive dissonance, like where information is too much that you might just automatically switch off and go, nothing to see here, la, 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 and kind of, how kids do, change the subject and walk off the moment you want to talk about something they're not prepared to talk about. But like the sense of being vague and not being able to cope with information. It's like information overload on the 25th. That's Wednesday. But then on the 26th, as Mercury makes that beautiful, strong trine with Pluto, there seems to be a transformation. There seems to be a release. And of course, then Mercury moves forwards. So I do think you're on a very interesting journey. And, Monday to Thursday is where a lot of these shifts are happening. On Friday and Saturday, there's lots of minor aspects and sextiles going on, lots of moon things, but no real big shifting patterns. So I think Friday and Saturday are your days to potter. They're the days to get on and do stuff that needs to be done. They're the days where you just want to be lighthearted and purposeful. And then on Sunday, I really like Sunday, in fact, because on Sunday, the sun is going to be in a conjunction with the South Node and in opposition to the North Node. And to me, I think this is a precursor of the decisions you might be making around the 2nd of October, at the time of the annular solar eclipse, in terms of what is lighting me up right now. So the intensity of Monday to Thursday in terms of deep thinking and possibly shocking thoughts coming up, followed by a couple of days pottering, which you can reflect in. And obviously we're in a very reflective part of the moon phase. I just think, it's all starting to come together in a familiar story on Sunday the 29th. And to me, this is really highlighting that it is time for a shift. And it's time to shift out of painful stories. It's time to shift out of shocking stuff from the past. And it's time to kind of draw a line under things and move into the future. So the annular solar eclipse, even though it is connected to the South Node, I think, the annular solar eclipse is starting from nothing. So it might be that you strip away back to a past point, and then think, okay, let's completely start again. So I think it's a really deep clearing that's going on right now. And I see this going on in the world, but, this reflection week is just perfectly poised in between the two eclipses. So I hope that is helpful for you in navigating this week ahead. Like I said, this is a big one. Your ruling planet is changing signs, but is also the player of the match. He is the planet that is, I think, involved in more of the big aspects. He is processing big stuff from the outer reaches of consciousness. These are big generational patterns that are kind of coming into our life and carrying a certain amount of weight. Like you as a Gemini, I think, are processing all of this. And at the end of the day, thinking, none of this is really bringing me the joy and expansion that I'm hoping for. But I am committed to joy and happiness. I am committed to coming at my life from a place of joy, from a place of passion. And I don't want to struggle anymore. I'm really done with that. So yeah, I think this week is going to reveal a lot to you. So there you go, Gemini. I hope that's helpful. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box attached to this video. But yeah, go well and catch up with you all soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So this is the forecast for Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you right the way through to the 29th of September. This is the week that's nestled in between the two eclipses, the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th and also the annular solar eclipse that's coming up on the 2nd of October at the start of next week. So what is going on? Well, between the two eclipses, we're in a waning crescent moon phase as the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It starts with the third quarter, which to me is quite a dynamic shift. It is time to release more, let go more. It's a time to rest. It's a time to really nourish. And I also think it's a time to reflect and go in on ourselves. It's not a time to be out there thrusting and whatnot, but it's a time to draw quietly inwards, because at the end of this moon phase, so we start with the moon in Gemini, and from your perspective, the first couple of days of this week, not only are they deeply reflective, they're bringing up possibly some of the fears that you've had, that you've become more aware of, or self-sabotage, in particular with this last full moon eclipse. And then as we're going through the week, this appears, what you're discovering about yourself appears to be defining who you are. Then as we're coming through this week and the moon is getting smaller and smaller, where this week ends, the moon is really in this place of understanding your role within the local community and understanding the narratives of your community, and how you fit in with those narratives. And it's really at that point that it's almost at the time of the new moon. this moon energy. We're kissing goodbye to your old ideas on community and where you fit in and what your role is, so that as this new moon arises on the 2nd of October, the annular solar eclipse, your new decisions are based on where you belong and how you can feel more grounded. So it's really taking out a lot of those errant thoughts that have been like, what's the word? Filling up your mind, like jumbling it up almost with all these like little thoughts and contra thoughts and so on and so forth. And it's about getting rid of those so that you can start again and start from a place of foundational strength. Now, the moon is your ruling planet. So, that's why I'm really going to town with the ideas of these eclipses, because, this really is the journey that you're on. Other things that are going on in this week ahead, we've got Venus going into the sign of Scorpio on the 23rd, into the sign of a fellow water sign. And this is pretty significant. I'll explain that in just a second. And we've also got Mercury moving from Virgo and into the sign of Libra. And before Mercury does that, Mercury's making a trine to Uranus, an opposition to Neptune, and also another trine to Pluto. So there's some very, very big energy with Mercury. So let's examine this just a little bit deeper. Where should we start? Okay, well, I want to start with the position of Venus going into Scorpio. So, at the start of this week, Venus is just at the tail end of Libra and then heads into Scorpio. To me, this is a scene change. Very much like the eclipses, very much like also the new season that we're also in. That started on Sunday the 22nd. There's a forecast coming out for that, a 3-month update to take you through the Libra, Scorpio, and also the Sagittarius month that are contained within this particular season. But we are starting a new season, then we've got Venus changing and also Mercury changing as well. There's a feeling of scene changing, as well as the reflection coming from the waning crescent moon. So Venus, was in this place of kind of spreading herself a little bit too thin, wanting to be everyone's friend, wanting to be connected to everybody, almost fearing being alone. And now she's coming into the sign of Scorpio right at the start of the week, and the energy of relatedness is getting deeper. What this is signaling is that your interactions with others is about quality, not quantity. And when Venus is absolutely allowed to prosper, like if she's lining up into some beautiful connections with other planets, and she is working into a grand trine with Mars and Saturn, which is located up here and then back down. She's not there yet, but during this week, she's working into, the trine with Saturn, and Mars is working into the trine with Saturn as well. So they will form a grand trine, and that's when Venus, I believe, will come into her own. But, Venus is absolutely wanting to connect in depth and loyalty and trust. And this is also coming up in this part of your chart, which is about your creativity, your passion, and your experiences of joy. So Venus coming into this part of your life, I think, is an indication that you're going through a new phase of deepening joy, deepening connection, deepening intimacy, in particular sexual intimacy. If you've got children, this is a time when you're more harmonious with your children and connecting with them at a much deeper level. There's a growth and an increase of trust, and a deep feeling of loyalty. It's kind of mysterious, you might not always know why you are so passionately involved with the people you're passionately involved with. Now, if Venus in this position, if you know your birth chart, and what's going on around this part of your chart. If Venus is connected in a difficult aspect to something, maybe in a square or an opposition, you might find that Venus, when she's expressing herself in your chart, that you're starting to get possessive and obsessive, which is one of the negative sides of Venus in the sign of Scorpio. We get sort of fanatic about the people we love. We get absolutely over the top involved with the people that we love, and we almost become prohibitive in the way that they are, our partners are behaving. We make it our business. Whereas Venus, if she's beautifully aspected in your chart, you'll be feeling a lot more freer. And I think that allows a sense of intense connection and commitment, but without going over the top. So I think there is a deepening. And if you are a creative person, I really see that your creativeness is going to flourish with Venus being here. There's not much to do in terms of your relationships right now. Venus coming through this sign, she's not making any sort of strong connections until really next week, when she's in the grand trine with Saturn and Mars. So for now, in terms of your relatedness and your creativity, let's go with the energy of the waning crescent. Let's relax, rest, nourish yourself, and enjoy your creativity. It's not a time to be pushy, but more to see what arises in you. And if you get the urge to make a potion or collect flowers or plant something, just follow where Venus is taking your attention. Just enjoy that and allow it to nourish you. Now, Mercury was in the sign of Virgo, or is in the sign of Virgo at the start of the week. And on the 24th, which is Tuesday, is making a very strong and exact trine to Uranus in Taurus. Now, this is creating a frisson of almost like electric energy coming from friends outside of your local environment and networks, and possibly people that you feel connected to online, and also your community, the people around you, and the current knowledge that the people around you are holding that you might be party to. And so to me, it feels like a bolt out of the blue that is coming in. Now, this could be quite exciting. Going from the 11th to the 3rd part of your chart is, I think, exhilarating. It's creating a sense of shock and thrill, and possibly hinting at some kind of new innovation to come out of your connection with others around you. But this could also be quite shocking, and it could bring in a lot of information, possibly an overwhelm of information that then needs to be processed. The very next day, on Wednesday the 25th, there's an opposition between Mercury and Neptune. And I think that's a time when people get a little bit cotton wool in their head, feel a bit foggy. And I think there's a couple of reasons why that sometimes comes up. Not including because of dietary things, because I think our diet can also send us into a state of fogginess. But the energy of cognitive dissonance, maybe some information is coming in that is going against something that you've already believed, and it's difficult to accept. And our brains, the way we're wired, to take on something that might threaten our security or challenge what we know to be true, is sometimes rejected, and or sometimes we go into a kind of blank stare, that kind of rabbit in the headlights kind of energy. So I think the 25th is almost like there is too much going on in terms of thinking and information that's coming from afar, and reaching you in your local community. And then on the 26th, after a day of kind of the sort of discomfort of not being able to truly articulate what's going on for yourself, there comes this moment of clarity. All of a sudden, it falls into place. Whatever it is you needed to understand can drop right in. And then on Thursday, the 26th, there is this trine between Mercury and Pluto. And it's transforming. It's like something is released, something is freed. Now, during that time, Mercury is actually in the sign of Virgo. And, the Mercury in Virgo energy that I've observed over the last 3 weeks has been particularly dissective. It's dissecting everything. It's divisive. It's been dividing everything. It's really played into polarity programming in a way that I believe has encouraged this idea of, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? And I think a lot of media and things you might see on the internet have been, oh, I want to be right. I want to be right about this. Not, oh, that makes me unhappy to be in a sort of fight over mental constructs. So I think there is this, like leading up to the end of Mercury in Virgo, I think we're getting ready to lose the bitchiness, or lose our, like, anything bitchy or inflammatory or polarizing. I think we're coming out of our romance with it. You know, it's caught our attention for a while, and now it's time to slip into the Mercury in Libra. Now, the Mercury in Libra, I think, is about leading conversation. You know, Libra, you know, and obviously we have just gone into the Libra part of the season, the new season. It's about fairness, and it is about diplomacy, and it is about inclusivity. But I think of it as a social leadership. You know, we are leading the new way. We are letting people, I think, we're leading a fairer kind of discussion where there aren't these ad hominem attacks and comments, you know, where we are not like creating warfare with our words, but where we're creating an open page where lots of people can write their notes and draw their pictures of what they think is going on, and we can look at it as a group and understand that, you know, we all come from possibly different set points. And so I'm very excited about Mercury going into Libra. And to me, what this is suggesting is earlier in the week, we are kind of actively processing some of the stuff that had come up at the time of the partial lunar eclipse. And frankly, all the crazy stories that are circulating right now, I think it might be a time when people start turning the news off, actually, which could be quite good. But we are coming out of that phase that it's caught us, and into a phase of actually, you know, this isn't serving me. This isn't helping me. This isn't deepening my relationships with people as I would really like. This is actually creating more polarity. And so from now on in, I stand for being able to conduct myself with people that might have a different viewpoint from me, and not entering into conversations with the idea that I'm going to win a conversation, but entering into a conversation because you're curious about how somebody feels about things, not because you're trying to settle it or resolve it or create some outcome, actually, but just having a conversation for conversation's sake. So I think Mercury coming into this sign is actually a blessing, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. Friday and Saturday, then there's a lot of different aspects, but they're all kind of mini aspects that, you know, there's lots of minor aspects that are fleeting. That, you know, there's a lot of stuff with the moon. There's nothing big with all the, you know, like with the other planets. To me, it's lots of little moon aspects. And so Friday and Saturday, I think there's a lot of sort of natural flow and a natural rhythm of one idea, another. So I think Friday and Saturday is your day to do low impact tasks, to potter around your homes, potter at work, get little things organized. It's not about big sweeping gestures, but it's about enjoying putting things in their natural order, you know, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And I think it's quite peaceful. And in the doingness of that, I think it's creating a great emphasis for Sunday the 29th. Now, on Sunday the 29th, the sun goes into a conjunction with the South Node and is in opposition to the North Node. Now, this is a precursor to the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd, you know, which is a few days later. So the conjunction between the sun and the South Node is reminding us of where we've been in the past, and also making us also, by contrast, we are also looking ahead at the future with a certain wariness and a certain, okay, this is where I appear to be going right now. And yet in the past, actually, I felt a bit happier, or I felt more contented in the past. I felt that the past maybe suited me a lot more than what I think this future is pointing at. And so I think Sunday is a time when we're really clear about the values and the benefits and the things that you really liked historically, and what you're fearing about the future. And especially after the recent partial lunar eclipse that absolutely blew up all stuff about where we might be heading and gave lots of clues about where we might be heading, I think this is absolutely encouraging you to make a shift on the 2nd of October. So it's allowing you to know what you are dedicated to letting go of, because that particular eclipse, the South Node eclipses are about letting go. And so I find this very beautiful that we are in the waning crescent phase coming up to this eclipse. And so I think on the 29th, Sunday the 29th, if you can get some time to reflect, I really think the decisions on how you might be and how you might be moving are becoming so much more apparent. So I see this week as a really good link between the two eclipses. Obviously, you're a Cancerian, you're ruled by the moon, and it's allowing you to reflect, which is actually what you do best. It's allowing you to tune in. It's allowing you to be intuitive and gentle with yourself. And I think if you can also add in some gratitude for how clearly things have shown up, you know, the fact that we've just had the partial lunar eclipse in a water sign really got you into your intuition and helped you to see how overwhelming the world appears right now. And I think all of that is part of the decision-making process. So you're doing a great job, Cancer, given all that's going on right now, and that we really are in a strong moon time. So yeah, have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help at all, just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box, and if you wanted to work with me, just invite me in a meeting. So there you go. Have a fantastic week ahead, and catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. So Leo, this is the forecast for you, taking you from Monday the 23rd of September right the way through to Sunday the 29th of September. This is a week that is really couched in between the two eclipses. Obviously, we had the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th in the sign of Pisces, which was really stirring up a lot of residual resentments and emotional baggage, I would say, especially seeing as it was in a conjunction with Neptune. You know, guilt is a pervading thing. You know, guilt is something that really kind of magnifies under a Piscean full moon. Boy, that's a big one. And, you know, this week is right before we have the next eclipse, which is the annular solar eclipse, which is a new moon eclipse on the 2nd of October. So between the 18th of September and the 2nd of October, we are in the waning moon phase. We're now just past the third quarter, coming into the waning crescent. And it's a time where we are dropping out of life a little bit, dropping back, sinking in, going deeper and deeper into ourselves, and being less obviously caught and trapped by all of the things that are showing up in life, going, la, 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 look at me, look at me. You know, it's like, how can you drop out of all these active stories that are being told right now and tune into yourself, deeply listen to yourself? And, you know, I think the waning crescent is a time to absolutely employ things like gratitude and forgiveness. You know, absolutely forgive yourself, forgive others, and to feel gratitude for all the recent patterns at the time of the partial lunar eclipse that showed up to really sort of highlight where you might be going, and then to give you the chance to check in and think, not sure if that is the direction I'm going in or not. So it's a time of absolutely big changes. Now, you know, the sun is your ruling planet. And of course, as we start this week, it is literally just after the sun has gone into the sign of Libra, starting the new season, which will take you through the Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius moments, or months, you could say. I mean, they're not exactly months, but you know, it's the Libra season, the Scorpio season, the Sagittarius season. This is starting you on a whole new trajectory for the next 3 months. Moreover, you can't have a partial lunar eclipse or an annular solar eclipse were it not for the sun. The sun is involved. It's the relationship between the sun and the moon. So it's equally as important for you Leos. So again, this is a super important week. It really does feel like the interval between the first part of 2024 and the second part of 2024, and leading into the time of the spring equinox or the March equinox, because that's when the next set of eclipses are coming up. So to me, what's going on right now is going to be influencing you for the next 6-7 months. So yeah, I see this week in between as a moment of reflection, deep reflection, because it feels like there is something momentous building up, a decision, maybe a detour, maybe you're rerouting right now based on what you've come to learn about yourself. Also, what's going on in this week ahead, we've got Venus going into the sign of Scorpio. We've also got Mercury going into the sign of Libra. And before Mercury goes into the sign of Libra, Mercury is making 3 massive aspects, one after the other. So I will be talking about that too. So this is quite a big week, but not as terrorizing, I would say, as the previous week, which was really full on. So with this waning crescent moon coming from the third quarter, coming into this waning crescent time, this is a time, and where it's located in your chart, going right the way through the 12th house, I would say the 24th and the 26th is a time to absolutely be as quiet as possible. That's Tuesday to Thursday. There's a lot of internalized processing going on for you Tuesday to Thursday of next week. This is a time of rest and repose. You might choose to, I don't know, cut back on the things that you're doing, just have a moment to yourself. Or if you can't come back, can you journal? Can you reflect? Can you do active meditation? Are you able to, maybe at work, just for a moment without anyone realizing, just take in a big, long, deep cleansing breath. Even that is enough to just get you back in your body. And getting back in your body, I think, is a really important thing, because this is what the moon phase is really getting you to do. It's coming back into yourself, into your psyche, and then into your body on the 26th to the 29th. And then into a place of active self-esteem where you might be working at receiving and being open to receiving. And that is all leading up to the annular solar eclipse. So yeah, this is a time to be gentle with yourself, not to push yourself. There are weeks when you push yourself. This isn't one to do that. So let's talk about Venus going into Scorpio then. So she has been in the sign of Libra, and she's very gregarious during that time, and that would have been quite helpful. A lot of community things going on for you, lots of getting out and about and interactions, and you've probably had your fill of those now. And as Venus comes into Scorpio on the 23rd, it's like, oh, great, I can put my feet up now, I can tuck back into my bed, I can sit on the sofa, read a book, I might do a bit of light gardening, but it's absolutely, you're coming into this moment of resting at home and being comfortable at home. Venus coming into the 4th is really a time of connecting to your family, but also connecting to your home. So it's not like you're like just like, oh, this is my home. It's like the emotional connection with your home gets stronger, and so you're probably beautifying your home a little bit, doing some like light pottering around. In fact, the best days for pottering, by the way, are I would say the 24th to the 26th, and then the 27th and 28th are really, really helpful in terms of pottering, because there's not much to do other than lots of little jobs. So save all your little jobs of Friday and Saturday, and you'll be able to just potter with a podcast in the background, feeling good and feeling really grounded. The more you can ground yourself, the better. Now, during this time, you might also realize that you don't want too many people from the outside coming in. So, Venus in Scorpio here, unless your 4th house is a bit of a nightmare in your birth chart. I don't know what your birth chart looks like, obviously. But, Venus in the 4th is about that deep loyalty and trust that can arise between you and your family. So this is a time when you're coming closer and a lot more bonded than you've been in the last couple of weeks, because there's been so many distractions. So I really see you letting go of a lot of these distractions and kind of closing the curtains, almost locking the doors, taking the phone off the hook. We don't have to do that anymore because most people have cell phones, but you know what I mean? If you're older than 30, you'll know what I'm on about. Now, yeah, Mercury. So the 24th, then, that's Tuesday the 24th. And again, this is a time when you're quite internalized because the moon's here. On Tuesday the 24th, Mercury makes a strong trine to Uranus. And to me, it feels like there's a message from your business that is internalized by you as, what does this mean in terms of my earnings? What does this mean about me? Am I valued? Am I good enough? Do I deserve this? Do I not deserve this? It could be shocking. It could be really exciting. I mean, Uranus and Mercury are absolute higher mind. Their connections together is a massive brainstorm, a download, a sudden bolt from the blue, like information coming in. So there's something, I think, that's transforming the way you're seeing your output in the world and how you're standing in the world. To me, it could be an opening. There's a new opportunity and you're deciding if you're up to that opportunity. Is that opportunity too big for you? Let's find out. You don't have to fear it necessarily. This is really challenging your level of self-esteem. Do you feel up to the job? Because if you do, you could be up for a very exciting ride. But if you don't feel up to the job, this could be quite worrying. It feels a little bit ominous, feels a bit threatening, because something so possibly extreme, but really exciting, it might stretch you out of your comfort zone. And that's okay. I think our biggest jumps come from when we have a really massive idea and we don't know how we're going to do it, but we are so in the energy of our new idea that nothing is going to stop us. And you just know that everything will fall into place. And I think you've proved that to yourself many times over the last couple of years. Then on the 25th, it's almost like you've blown a gasket somewhere in your brain. And obviously I'm not like referring to that like literally, but the opposition between Mercury and Neptune is absolutely all about this energy of needing to just tune out. Maybe your ideas have just overwhelmed you a little bit, scared you a little bit, made you think, oh, I just need to step away from here and kind of look around, as if to say, there's nothing to see here. So yeah, I think Wednesday the 25th, you'll do anything to just distract yourself and take yourself out of the question that you're asking. But then on the 26th, something falls into place. Maybe you're a bit more relaxed, a bit more refreshed. By that time, the moon is coming into your first house. So you might be ready to answer this call to action that has occurred in this week. And it feels like when you're resolving this, there is a sense of movement, there is a sense of transformation. And then Mercury goes into Libra. Now, I see this move as being really helpful because in the sign of Virgo, especially with the previous month's astrology, I think, Mercury in Virgo has been a bit exacting, a little bit too exacting. And when, it's a bit nitpicky, the energy has been a bit nitpicky. And of course, if you've been turning that in on yourself, you may well have been very critical and judgmental of yourself and your ability to cope in life. So I think Mercury coming into Libra is actually going to restore a sense of balance. Mercury in Libra is about having a much better way of communicating, is about not like taking things personally, and also not judging others as the first move in any conversation. Wouldn't it be great if you could go into any conversation with the understanding that there is no outcome other than we all get to share something and we all get to listen to something, and not have to resolve any conversations? Do you think that would be amazing if that could happen? Now, the great thing is Mercury is really restoring that energy in your community. Maybe you're in a little group of people who might be quite different, but there's a sense of respect that's growing. And I see this, as above, so below. I'm quite excited with Mercury going into Libra because we might be about to, change tack a little bit, not be so confronting and not try to win everything by being right. We're coming into a time where we realize being right is absolutely overrated, because the moment we're right, we are separate from everyone else. And so this is about coming back into your community. Like I've already shared, Friday and Saturday is about pottering and not doing anything too intense, but attending to all these little goals throughout the day. But the 29th, I am feeling quite strong about. There is a conjunction between the Sun and the South Node in opposition to the North Node. Now, this is a precursor to the energy that we're going to be experiencing on the 2nd of October at the time of the annular solar eclipse. At that point, the moon will have caught up. And so you've got the South Node, the Sun, and the moon all in a lovely conjunction. So this is a new moon, South Node eclipse. The energy here is that you're about to step forwards and away from the past. You're moving away from the South eclipse. You're kind of cutting off from the past. Not so much cutting off, but you're moving beyond it, which I think is a much more interesting way of looking at it. So I think whatever's going on Sunday is preparing you for the decisions you're about to make on the 2nd of October. To me, something big is happening. You know, there is something that you're going to challenge yourself with, maybe a really big project. There's something really exciting that's coming up. And, you know, on Sunday, the 29th, you know, you might be reminding yourself of all the great projects you've done in the past. And actually, when you're looking at the North Node, you're thinking, yikes, you know, the future at the moment is looking slightly undecided, but hey, I'm really committed to working in my best possible shape, in my best possible pattern. And I know in the past I've done some great stuff. Maybe that's what's needed right now. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, thank you past for letting me revisit you. And then all of a sudden, you know how you're going to step forward on the day of the annular solar eclipse. So I'm really excited for what you have got brewing, the ideas that are about to come out, how you're about to bring yourself out in the world and somehow assist us all, you know, because I do think the actions we're choosing to take right now are in the light of how we can make this place a better experience for not just yourself, but for everyone. So, yeah, this is a very transformative week for you. So, Leo, this one's for you. Yeah, sending you lots of love. If I can be any help at all, if you want to check things out in your chart, then just get in touch. All of my details below in the description box. But yeah, have a good one and catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey Virgo. So this is the forecast leading you from Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you all the way through to the 29th of September. That's Sunday. Now, this week ahead is interesting, especially for you, because Mercury, which is your ruling planet, is coming out of your own sign. I actually think this is going to be a relief. I really, truly think it's going to be a relief. I don't normally say that about people's ruling planets coming out of their signs, but I think Mercury in Virgo has been malingering a little bit. And when it goes into the sign of Libra, I think it's going to start to boost you up again, rather than getting you caught in a lot of really deep stories. This particular week also has Venus going into Scorpio, which I think is also going to be helpful. I think Venus has been really creating a lot of good here over the last few weeks. So actually, I just think these two planets changing signs are really, really ever helpful, like so much more helpful than they were last month, when you had Mercury in the sign of Leo, and also Venus coming into this great big kite. That was very, very intense. Where we are right now is much better for you, I believe. So this week is couched between the two eclipses. We had last week's partial lunar eclipse on the 18th, and we've got the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October. We're also into a whole new season, which started on the 22nd, Sunday the 22nd, really setting up this part of your chart for the next season ahead, which I think is very much about identifying your value and recognizing your value within a community and that sense of belonging. So I really see this season every time it happens for you, every time at this time of year, there is this feeling of, who am I? What's my purpose? How is my purpose benefiting the community, and do I really belong? So some very deep and searching questions coming up over the next 3 months. So this is a very, very strong week. The moon right now, so this is where it was at the time of the partial lunar eclipse. Since then, it's gone a full quarter, and we are now really into the waning crescent point of the cycle. And this is about resting, rejuvenating, drawing back into yourself, like drawing your energy back. Any energy that you've left hanging around, all these little loose ends, it's time to tie them up. It's time to neaten everything up, and draw everything in. It's a bit like you're drawing the curtains before you go to bed. You are kind of keeping the light out. This is a time when it's actually useful to be in the darkness and to get used to the dark, and to get used to, feeling a little bit sleepy. And as the week progresses, you're probably just getting less and less social and more introverted, more like spending more time just tending to yourself and to make yourself really comfortable. So yeah, this is a quieter week because of it, but it's not ineffective. That's what I absolutely want to say right from the get-go, is there's a lot that you are processing. You're just not doing it so much in an outer way. You are steadily coming more into yourself. So I think I'm going to, Venus in Scorpio, what is she representing? Well, in the sign of Scorpio, Venus, she's not at her best. She's at her detriment in the sign of Scorpio. But Venus is coming into this quite social part of your community, your peers, your local friends, maybe your brothers and sisters, and also the local narrative that you grew up in, the context, like the ideas that, if you were to go home, what ideas are held as a sort of common belief system. It's all of that. And Venus is bringing that sense of flow and friendly familiarity into your life. To me, it's almost like you're coming home and you are reconnecting with a younger part of yourself, or an earlier part, an earlier context. To me, you're refamiliarizing yourself with where you come from, which can be really, really nourishing, and it can be also very irritating. It might make you realize why you grew up and moved away, maybe, but because most of us do. But Venus in Scorpio is also highlighting a sense of depth and loyalty and intimacy, and it can be quite intense. So you might find that all of a sudden you absolutely value being back in your own stomping ground, back connected to your old friends, because there's nothing so familiar as an old friend, is there? It's a bit like putting a pair of well-worn shoes on. You know where the danger signs are, but you know what to expect. Like they say, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. So to me, you're coming into a time of comforting familiarity. Now, if your Venus, if this part of your chart is connected beautifully with trines and sextiles, you'll find Venus coming through this very nourishing, in fact. So you might find it gets busier, and there's a lot more contacts with people from the past, and a greater level of trust that is growing between you. This is really, really helpful, in fact. But if this part of your chart is, in your birth chart, if you know your birth chart, then, if there's lots of squares and oppositions and tricky things, difficult planets, you might find that Venus coming through this part of your chart is bringing up a bit of a crazy sort of obsessive possessiveness, a feeling of really intense views about the people you're relating with. So it could be very irritating. Every planet and sign and house has a one side of the coin and the other side of the coin. And my question to you is, which one of these Venuses is going to come up for you? Is it going to be the familiarity, that feeling of comfort, Or is it going to be that sort of like crazy, like being driven crazy by your community? Who knows? A lot of this depends on your individual birth chart. But suffice to say, whatever is coming out of this is also quite mysterious. You know, how it all arises. It is very deeply felt. On the 24th, then, Mercury makes the first of these really big aspects. So is it exactly in a trine with Uranus? Uranus is in the sign of Taurus. To me, it feels like there's an invitation to do something really independent and far out, something that takes you away from your early community, something that takes you away from the narrative that you were raised in. You know, it feels slightly dangerous, it feels slightly edgy, and it actually feels like what your body is crying out for, that bit of adventure and that sort of grander context. But it could be a bit shocking, you know. All of a sudden there's this new idea and it's like, whoa, didn't see that coming. And it could be really, really beneficial. On Wednesday, the 25th, the opposition between Mercury and Neptune, I think it could be quite difficult. You know, it feels like you don't understand the people around you. To me, it feels like they're speaking in tongues, or they're just not making any sense at all. Like it feels like they're talking in a completely different language to the one that you're familiar with. And it's very difficult to see eye to eye. It's also a time when you might feel a little bit overwhelmed by the amount of information that's around you. And that might be because you've just stepped back into your community. So there's a lot of noise around. So it might be a time when you also decide to tune out. Then on the 26th, it all changes, you know, and Mercury makes a lovely strong trine to Pluto, really, I think, showing you that information is starting to make sense. Everything's starting to drop into place. I think sometimes when we get pushed by a really big and grand idea, it can just take us off our center for a day or two. And then all of a sudden something drops into place, something makes sense. And then everything just aligns one little bit after another. So I think that's what's happening on the 26th. And immediately after, then Mercury, your ruling planet, goes into the second house. And that is starting a new journey of, I think, more hope and information about yourself as a receiver. Like, you know, how can you be blessed for the energy that you're bringing the world? How can you receive more from people around you, people who want to buy your services? How can you be in receivership? And this also relates to how you think about yourself. You know, are you honoring yourself? I think this is going to be a blessed change. I did say that at the start. You know, this recent Mercury in Virgo has happened at a time when there's been a lot of political dilly-dallying and lots of really harsh voices, lots of critical voices. And of course, Mercury in Virgo highlights the criticism. It highlights the divisiveness and the nitpicky elements. You know, this is actually when Mercury in Virgo isn't that helpful, because it wants to be right. It doesn't want to be happy. When Mercury goes into Libra, it wants to be happy, because actually when everyone can feel happy and everyone can feel listened to, then everyone's kind of right. Even if you don't agree with each other, you can always find a way to get along. You know, is the great purpose right now, is it that everybody agrees? I mean, what would happen if everyone agreed to everything? You know, wouldn't life actually start to devolve? You know, because if there's nothing to push along or around, where's the growth going to come from? You know, I think it's so much more dynamic that we could live in a world where we don't all naturally agree, but one thing we can agree on is that there are ways that we can connect and listen to each other and work through things without it going nuclear, and without things blowing up and without nastiness. And I think, sadly, the energy of Mercury in Virgo in recent times has been manipulated. And, you know, the Mercury in Virgo times has been used to upset people. I'm not saying you have used that. Most likely, it's affected you, you know, like the nastiness around, you know, other people's really strong judgments have probably weighed heavily on you. And it, you know, it's like the Virgo energy, which is absolutely nourishing, absolutely wanting to be of service, wanting to be of help. it's almost like your Virgo energy has been hijacked by some ulterior force, and it's been using the energy of like digging deep to get to the truth of things and to get to the fix. Like, how can we fix things? How can we make things work beautifully in a way that's going to help everyone? And that sort of like the dedication to looking deeply and leaving no stone unturned has been hijacked and turned into, how can we nitpick and drill down so hard with a nitpick that we make people wrong? And so I think it's going to be a real relief as Mercury comes out of Virgo, because you may even find that your own style of communicating will change as a result of this, because you don't want to associate yourself with anything that is so right and judgmental. So yeah, there is growth all round, lots and lots of it right now. Friday and Saturday then, I would say they're easy days. They are days when there's lots of little minor aspects going on, and it's a kind of steady thrum, you know, like if you've got the steady sound of an engine just moving. There's nothing particularly speedy about it. There's nothing slow about it. It's just this steady ticking, this steady turning over energy. So it's great for pottering at home and attending to unattended tasks that you don't have to concentrate too hard on. So I see that being useful. And then Sunday, I think, is a great day. Sunday the 29th, as the sun comes into a conjunction with the South Node. It's a time when the past is catching up with us, but in a helpful way. You know, the sun is also in an opposition to the North Node. And to me, this is a precursor of the next eclipse on the 2nd of October. It's giving us a hint of where we might be going. To me, it feels like we might already be deciding how we're going to use our energy in the next 6 months towards the next eclipse. I think we do go eclipse to eclipse to eclipse. So there's some big decisions you're making. And I think recognizing what was working in the past and what you might persist with is great, but also recognizing what's appearing in the future and looking at it face on, like we did last week with the eclipse. It's like, I'm not sure I'm signed up for that. I need to make some tweaks. I need to make some changes. So I think Sunday the 29th is a great day to recognize that you've got this, recognize that you've got all the clues you need. There is a new time approaching. Now, this upcoming eclipse for you on the 2nd of October is going to be in this place of your earnings and how you feel about yourself, how you value yourself. So any new start that you want to create in your life to boost up your self-esteem, to recover from all of the judgments that have been going on for a really long time. I think this is a relief, actually. I think you're coming out of a time of being really concerned with the stories, and you're coming into a time where you're about to release a lot and put you first, not everyone else's business, not everyone else's stories, but absolutely truly put yourself first. So I think this is a big time. Whatever's going on Sunday the 29th is going to help you. So there you go. I hope that's helpful, Virgo. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, then get in touch. All of my details are below in the description field. All you have to do is invite me to work with you. There's links there that you just click on, easy peasy. But yeah, have a great week ahead, and I'll catch up with you all soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So this is your forecast for the week ahead, starting from the 23rd. That's Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you all the way to the 29th. That's Sunday, the 29th of September. Now, this is an interesting week. First of all, because your ruling planet Venus is changing signs, but also because Mercury is going into your sign. So I think that's a significant shift in the Libran energy. But of course, we start this week in the sign of Libra, because on the 22nd, literally the day before this week starts, we went into the new season, which if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, that is autumn that we've just gone into. And if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, we've just gone into spring. So yes, this is all about Libra. This is your time of the year. So whenever the sun crosses into the sign of Libra, this is marking the start of the kind of natural time to wake up and rise and shine. You know, this is the time that you are coming into your own. Whenever the sun goes into your sign, it's marking the chance and the chance to come into yourself. You know, the sun, the energy of your self-expression is coming back to you. Immediately before, the sun is going through the sign of Virgo, and that is equivalent to the hibernation. That's the feeling of needing to rest, needing to recover, needing to kind of sleep it off a little bit. So there you go. It's kind of like your birthday. So what I'm going to cover in this session, in this short forecast, is a few thoughts about the timing of this week. You know, it's couched in between two eclipses. So the first eclipse we had last week, which was happening around this spot here in the sign of Pisces, the full moon, the partial lunar eclipse, was in the sign of Pisces in a conjunction with Neptune, and the sun was just at the tail end of Virgo. The next eclipse is on the 2nd of October, and it's going to be here in your first house. It's going to be in the sign of Libra. And so it's a new moon, and it is an annular solar eclipse. It is absolutely a time to move forwards, even though it's in a conjunction with the South Node. But I think these South Node eclipses are about cutting away from the past, like recognizing where you've been and moving beyond it. So this is the week in between the two eclipses. And yeah, there is a lot of internal change for you with the planetary movements. So what I want to do now is just to go a bit deeper and, you know, pay some attention to the fact that we're in the moon phase of the waning crescent. So if we remember, it was full moon here on the 18th. And since that time, the moon has gone round a quarter. So we're now in the third quarter phase. And from the start of this week right to the end of this week, we are going into the waning crescent. So the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And the kind of activities that we do around this time is absolutely to do with tidying up, neatening up, coming back into yourself, which is what I was talking about with the sun going into Libra. But it's also slightly, you know, it's less getting out there and more going inside. It's more about turning inwards and reflecting, and re-resourcing yourself, you know, like getting really restful. So it kind of matches, you know, it's a little bit of a carry on from having the sun in the sign of Virgo for the last month. You know, to me, it just feels like you've got another 3 or 4 days to really rest and relax whilst you're also starting to wake up. It's almost like this week is one of these kind of slow, easy Saturday lie-ins. I say that using imagination because, of course, I haven't had a lie-in for years. I've got small children. And I don't know what your situation is, but I'm imagining. I remember back in my 20s, I used to have a lie-in at the weekends. So yeah, this week is a little bit like a lie-in. You know, you've got the feeling that you're starting to get up, you're getting ready to go, but you're still being gentle with yourself. And I absolutely recommend that. For you, I really think things are going to take off from the time of the annular solar eclipse. I really see that as being your wake-up call. Now, with the eclipses, I really, truly believe that we go from one eclipse to another. And so whatever energy comes up at the time of the eclipse, it keeps us going until the next one launches. And so this eclipse is the last eclipse of this year, and the next series of eclipses doesn't start until early spring. So, you know, we've got at least 6 months to sit with this energy and work with this energy. So this is a big eclipse for you in this part of the chart. It's about developing your personality, developing your brand, being in your body and seeing the changes that can occur in your body. And so if you have got beautiful plans to do something with your body, to use your body, to train your body, to change the way you look, to change the way you eat, and also to work on your presence and your boundaries, these kinds of energies are absolutely ones that will be assisted by this particular eclipse coming on the 2nd. So yeah, so this is a transitional week. It's also the start of the new Libra season. Venus is going into Scorpio, so let's go there next. So in the last few weeks, Venus has been in your own sign. And I think during that time, we get a bit, I think of Venus in the first house as being a bit of a facelift kind of energy. It gives us a touch of glamour. People seem to notice us. We feel a little bit more magnetic, I think. We're attractive to people. And then when it heads into the second, I think Venus is bringing her energy to connect with your feelings of receivership. I think also brings a touch of sharing. It can be very, very beneficial in terms of how you're earning money, how you're bringing in more. I think the Venus season in the second is absolutely about earning more money and thinking about it. How can you make it work, etc. But it's also about having a self-esteem do-over. Like how can you be more solid in your trust and faith in yourself? So I see this time as being quite beneficial to you. But of course, from your perspective, when Venus is here, she's in her detriment. She's in the sign of Scorpio. So she's not exactly happy. She's a lot more intense in this particular sign, than she is in other signs. So what is she representing in terms of how you're earning money, how you're managing your resources, and how you're managing yourself, your own resources? I would say it's about depth, it's about loyalty, it's about trust. So you might be going deeper with yourself. You might be learning about self-trust at a much deeper level, which I think is fantastic. However, if you've got a lot of difficult aspects going on in this part of your chart, if you know astrology and you've looked at your birth chart, which I'm guessing you have if you're watching this channel, if you've got hard aspects, then you might find that Venus coming in here can bring up intensity, possessiveness, and obsessiveness, because Venus does get jealous. Especially in the sign of Scorpio, she's a little bit more insecure and less carefree than she is in your own sign. However, in this week ahead, she's not really doing much. And that's the other thing that I really wanted to mention, so even though she's coming into your second house, it doesn't feel like she's truly active at the moment. What she's really doing is watching what's going on. She's not making any big aspects until next week, from the forecast on the 30th of September, which will be coming next week. She will be, as we're going through this week, getting closer and closer to a trine with Saturn, which will be a very substantial aspect, and also meeting Saturn in with his trine to Mars. And so, in the next week and a half, Venus is going to be coming into this position of a grand trine, a slow grand trine with Mars and Saturn. And that is absolutely really good. And that really will bring the opportunities to increase your wealth and increase that sense of security about yourself. So what I would recommend in this week, Libra, is just to hold the energy. Notice what you're noticing about your income, about how things come to you. Is there a good flow? Are you happy to receive? How are you being called to share? Are you wanting to share? Is that something you're leading with, or are other people pushing you? It's not required, by the way. However, Venus in this part of our charts, it usually represents a time when things flow in and we've got more than we can handle. Also notice what you're thinking about yourself. Do you value yourself? And anywhere where you don't, and you make a decision that you want to work on it, be aware that the stars are all lining up for this to all work out. And I talk about this in the first part of the video. Now, the next big thing, is when Mercury is coming out of the 12th house and coming into the first. Now, I think this is going to be a blessed relief. Mercury going through this part of your chart probably felt uncomfortable because Mercury was on a bit of a mission. And I have to say, this was one of my least favorite Mercury in Virgo transits, because there's so much going on worldwide at the moment and so much polarity. And Mercury in the sign of Virgo does want to be helpful, does want to be meticulous. However, when that function gets hyperactive, then that meticulousness becomes slightly bitchy and slightly mean. The phrase, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? I think Mercury has been on a mission to be right and using facts as weapons rather than entering into discussions and communications to find out what's needed, to find out where people are, to investigate, and maybe to start conversations without an ulterior motive or without an outcome, a perceived outcome. This is what I really notice, before Mercury goes into the sign of Libra. And when he does on the 26th, the expression of communication should be changing quite beautifully. I'm excited about that. But before he does do that, Mercury is going to be making a trine to Uranus on the 24th. On Wednesday, the 25th, he's making an opposition to Neptune. And then on the 26th, the day he goes into Libra, he's making a trine with Pluto. And I see it as a kind of 3-day event. So the first thing, Mercury during these like the 24th to the 26th, he, first of all, this is pretty sensitive energy because Cancer is right at the top of your chart. So everything that's going on, it feels slightly exposing. It feels like your emotions are raw and exposed. But Mercury is working in this kind of blind spot, in this place of your unconscious mind. And with this burst of insight from Uranus on the 24th, Tuesday, 24th, Uranus is acting from the 8th house, which is also a pretty tricky house at times. It deals with emotional baggage and blind sights and a flash of insight. I mean, this could be very, very helpful, but if it's still carrying that slightly awkward current Mercury in Virgo energy, even though Mercury is very happy in this sign, right now it seems to be on a bit of a mission and not necessarily coming from the nicest of places. So there's a flash of insight, and it might be slightly uncomfortable. It could be that there is some news from somebody from the past, but there is something that feels quite triggering. And then the next day, Wednesday, the 25th, when Mercury goes into an opposition with Neptune, I think that's our day when we want to zone out. Maybe there's too much, it's like TMI, too much information. There is possibly a bit of cognitive dissonance. There are ideas there that are maybe slightly shocking or slightly difficult to take on board. And it feels like actually the only thing I can do right now is comfort myself or distract myself. It's not a time to be able to really articulate where you're going. And then on the 26th, Thursday, the 26th, Mercury makes this very strong and decisive trine to Pluto in the 4th. So it's the 12th, the 4th, and the 8th, the 3 psychic houses and the very private houses. But to me, it feels like there is a resolving, transforming decision, which kind of wraps up the thinking from the previous 2 days. And then Mercury comes into the sign of Libra in your first house. You're a lot more talkative, and you're actually wanting to express yourself a lot more. But it's a time when you're saying, whatever's gone in the past, man, there's something not quite right about this. I want more open conversations. I want to be talking with people, sharing with people, not just people that agree with me. Where's the growth in that? How can we all communicate in a way where everyone gets heard, where nothing is judged, and where we are meeting at the level of soul connection and not on the outer energies of where our perceived values are. It's almost like we're wearing masks, telling the world, oh yeah, this is how I vote, or this is what I think about healthcare, or this is how I raise my children, or whatever. We've all got these identities, but actually with Mercury coming into the sign of Libra in a very sort of personal space for you, I really think it's time for all the masks to come off. You're wanting the masks to come off with other people as well, but you're getting underneath these identities, getting underneath these masks and having conversations, because underneath it all, we've probably all got very similar motivations, and we're just expressing them in different ways. But it's not about creating nastiness for people. We're all doing the best that we can. And I really think you get that, and are wanting a lot of peace. So I've got some high hopes, I'm very excited for you because I think you're coming into a place of equilibrium. And also you're able to say to people who are kind of eating into your emotional space, you're able to say, look, do you know what? This doesn't feel quite nice. And right now I want things to be a lot more open and a lot more easy. And this is how I'd like to communicate with you. What say you? So I think there's a lot of promise here, so, having Mercury in your first, there's more expression, and then Venus in your second, it's about loving yourself so much more that you're able to receive so much more, so I think these two shifts are really beautiful and lining you up for something really quite good. Like I said, as this all passes away, we're coming into the next week. And in that one, we have got that annular solar eclipse that's really going to get things moving for you. So later on the week, then, after the 26th in the movement of Mercury, we've got Friday and Saturday. That's the 27th and 28th. And on that day, we've got a lot of easy and quick aspects. They're minor aspects, a lot of them, and they're mainly with the moon. There's nothing big that's like really bothering me, in terms of the planets. So I see these 2 days as days to get on with things. You've probably got a load of little odds and sods kinds of jobs to do. It's a time to potter around at home and not do too much. And I really do sort of highlight that, because towards the end of the week, the moon is getting closer and closer. And, to me, it feels like you're ready to actually have a rest over the weekend. So I really see potter around, get things tidied up, which really reflects the waning crescent moon. But it really sets you up for being completely relaxed and refreshed come the time of the annular solar eclipse. Now, on Sunday, the 29th, this is the one that I think is the real release point. So on Sunday, the 29th, the sun is connected to the south node and in opposition to the north node. Now, the significance of this is, I think it's a precursor to the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October. It is saying, it's giving you a little flash of the energy. It's giving you a little feel of it. And on the 29th, you really get to remember who you were and what you were about. And it might take you back a few years. It might take you back 10 years. Maybe someone from the past calls you up and all of a sudden you're remembering the ease and the grace that you had at that time. Or, something that really stands out that maybe you recognize now. There are some things that I'm ready to not leave it, but I'm just ready to move on without it, if that makes sense. So you don't have to have these hard decisions, but you're ready to move on. And given that it's also in the first, you might also be having a flashback. You might catch photos of yourself from years ago and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm ready to leave this part of my identity or how I'm looking. And, moving forwards, this is my new look, or this is, what I'm doing with my body. So, it's not necessarily about leaving people, but there is a sense of something new approaching because you've had the chance to review, refresh yourself, neaten up all the loose ends. And to me, it's just like a natural summing up process, so that by the time on the 2nd of October, you are absolutely ready for this formidable and beautifully aspected new moon stroke eclipse. So I'm going to leave that there for you. I hope that's helpful to you, Libra. Sending you lots and lots of love. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box. And if you did want to invite me to work with you, then you just click on the relevant link and boom, it's all easily arranged. So anyway, have a great week ahead and I will speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Scorpio. So this is the forecast starting from the 23rd of September on Monday, taking us right the way through to Sunday, the 29th of September. Now, this is a pretty interesting one because last week, if you remember, on the 18th, we had the partial lunar eclipse, which was a full moon in the sign of Pisces in a conjunction with Neptune. Nothing confusing about that, right? And the energy of the full moon, it was totally eclipsed. I don't know if you saw it. It was beautiful from my end. And it's a time when a lot of deep emotional stuff would have been brought up. It's a fellow water sign, stirring your creativity, stirring your need to understand yourself and your need for joy. This full moon and eclipse was happening in the place of where you feel passionate, where you relax, where you want to create, but creating from that sense of freedom to be yourself. I love it. So I'm sure that stirred up quite a lot. And, we've got this particular week that I'm talking about now in between. And then next week, we're going to have an annular solar eclipse in the sign of Libra here in your chart, which is absolutely highlighting everything to do with your intuition, going deeper within your intuition and how to use it. Now, this is also the place of your unconscious mind and your unconscious programming. So, if you're wanting a new start in terms of how you self-sabotage, your limiting beliefs that you might have, which most of us do, myself included, this is, I think, an indication that you're about to go on a deep and internal journey to transform the landscape inside your mind-body system. So this could be deeply powerful. So this is the week in between. In this week, Venus is coming into your own sign, which I love. I think this is helpful. Whenever Venus comes into this part of your chart, I describe this as a facelift, because Venus is adding a touch of glamour to the way you look, to the way you appear to people. This is quite a glamorous position, and we're feeling a lot more generous and predisposed to connecting with people. So this is a really nice aspect, and I've got a lot to share about this. We've also got Mercury that's coming into the 12th house. And I should also say, when we start this week on the 23rd, the sun, literally the day before, has just started off the new season, which is going to be taking you on the journey through Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius over the next 3 months. So there's a lot of energy here, in this part of your chart. And, so Mercury coming into this on the 26th, and the fact that, the following week we've got the eclipse. There's something going on here that I think is worth paying some attention to. And of course, a little bit of preparation can absolutely save the day. It can absolutely give you a few good clues on what might be going on behind the scenes and what you might not want to avoid. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. I will also be touching on Mars in Cancer, which is one of your rulers, and also Capricorn, Pluto in Capricorn here, both of which are in some very, very strong aspects in this week ahead. So I do think this is going to be a very strong week for you. Now, let's get a little bit deeper. So we had the full moon eclipse last week, and since then the moon has gone through these signs, it's gone through a quarter of the zodiac, and is now starting this week in the third quarter pattern and going into what's known as the waning crescent. What this means is the moon is getting smaller, is waning. It's coming back from the fullness and coming back into the new moon, which will be, like I said, on the 2nd of October. It's a 2-week process, and we're in we're getting to the last part of it in this week. Now, the activities are favored during this time are associated with letting go, with releasing, also with, I think, using a bit of gratitude to notice what we have got and what we want to hold on to, but also with gratitude, letting go of things, returning them to source. So there might be something that you no longer need. You can let it go. Here in Portugal, where I live, people leave their things by the bins if they think somebody else might want them. So there's a whole recycling energy going on as well. So, you can, with gratitude, let go of all sorts of things, not just bad habits or bad belief systems, or just things you just want to sort of tweak and allow for change. But you can be recycling, tidying up, neatening up. In fact, I've been in my garden today, tidying up rather than going and planting out. So this is the opposite to a growth cycle. This is pulling into yourself. Now, this is highlighting quite an outward part of your chart, so I think the first couple of days There's going to be a lot of emphasis put on the feelings and opinions and judgments of the people around you. So you might feel a little bit more triggered and exposed than usual. But then from the 24th to the 26th, there's also the overlap taking you into a quite adventurous space where you're wanting, space, wanting more curiosity, you're wanting to ask more questions, you're wanting to go deeper and broader into what life is all about. And then towards the end of the week, from the 26th to the 29th, there is this feeling of culmination, that your thinking is actually having a good effect on your career or how you stand in the world, what you're known for. So your attention is going that way. However, the overall activities throughout all of these different areas of life is still about neatening up, tidying up, letting go, being grateful. So Venus then in Scorpio. So Venus is obviously the planet of flow and love and relationships. So she is also absolutely there to help you relate more. In the first house, she's helping you relate with your body. So you might be letting down some of your boundaries, your barriers. You might be feeling much more well disposed to be in the company of people. And you might want to be sort of beautifying yourself in some way. Now, Venus in the sign of Scorpio brings out an intensity in you. It does bring out this sense of deep loyalty to yourself. It's like a note from the heavens that you have to trust yourself a lot more. This is, I think, testing your attitudes towards yourself and your commitment to your body. When you're committing to yourself in a sort of passionate, mysterious, and deep way, there are some miraculous results. You can absolutely go through a very solid transformation. And all you have to do is really, really trust yourself that it's possible, that it's entirely possible. Now, one of the great things with Venus is you don't have to take too much action in this first week. She's not really making a ton of aspects. However, there is something quite deep lining up for her, and that is involving your ruling planet Mars, which is currently in the sign of Cancer and is in the 9th house. So it's really bringing a level of open-mindedness, a level of philosophy, a level of wanting possibilities in your life and wanting to experience more than you usually do. But Mars over this week is coming into an exact trine with Saturn, and it's going to give you a lot more patience to take action, a lot more discipline for action to occur. Your energy is really strong. It's really solid. You're unlikely to decide something and then completely blow out of it. This is strong. This is going to achieve something. And so in this first week, Venus is starting to advance through the sign of Scorpio. But as we're going into week 2, she will make her trine with Saturn, and she is also coming into the trine with Mars, creating a grand trine. Now, Saturn's not moving anywhere anytime soon. He's very slow. He's dawdling in the sign of Pisces. And, Mars isn't moving quite so fast either. So, the way in with Venus coming in, it's like she's already walking to the house of Saturn. Like she's walking to make connection with Saturn. And it's like, we know that she's approaching. Saturn feels it. Mars feels it. And then, she makes this lovely trine. I talk about this in the first part of the video, by the way. So if this is attracted to you, go back to that particular section and you'll have a much better explanation of it. But, she makes these exact trines, and then you'll have the parting energy where she's walking away, but still kind of related. So this is really going on for maybe 2.5 weeks. And this is bringing a lot of strength and a lot of power to create very creative change and to create new possibilities for yourself. and the possibilities that might change your body and your image. So this is really beautiful. I really like this. This is very good for you. Now let's pay a bit of attention to Mercury. So, you know, over the last few weeks, Mercury has been in the sign of Virgo, and has been really quite vocal in the sign of Virgo. Not quite so appeasing. You know, Virgo is not known for appeasing people. You know, Virgo can be a little bit straight, which is nice. I appreciate it. But, you know, Virgo is known as being a helper and is absolutely at service. You know, Virgo really wants things to work out in a great way. But Mercury coming into the sign of Virgo, even though he rules the sign of Virgo, with the current setup of the planets, it feels like you know, Virgo, like Mercury in Virgo, has been very judgmental and very right and self-righteous. And so, you know, he's been going through this part, you know, with all your colleagues and networks and stuff. And so you might have felt that there's a lot of people around you that are absolutely self-righteous and really, really strong, like really wanting to be right about things and not really bothering to realize that when you're right about something, you're making someone else wrong. You know, you're creating separation in action. And so, you know, at the last throes of Mercury in the sign of Virgo, he makes a trine to Uranus, then he makes an opposition to Neptune, then he makes a trine to Pluto, another one of your ruling planets, before coming into this part of the chart. So what I think is going on here on the 24th, there's possibly some shock or exciting information coming from partners and also outer communities. To me, the 24th is a time when there's a lot of information, some of it exciting, some of it shocking, some of it innovative. To me, it feels like the more you're in the world on the 24th, the more you might get to play with, you know, like there's some information that could be useful to you, but it could really turbocharge things. It might create too much energy. It might feel like too much of an opportunity is coming in. And so be it. It could be much worse. Then the next day on Wednesday, the 25th, the opposition to Neptune is really suggesting that there's a feeling that your brain is almost a little bit too tired, a little bit overwhelmed, overworked. And it's a day to veg out. It's a day to not pay too much attention to the meaning of things because it's really hard to grasp it. Almost like whatever came up the day before was, you know, there was too much of it. And so sorry, I've got hiccups. So from Wednesday the 25th to Thursday the 26th, it's like, how can I absorb and integrate this energy in bite-sized chunks? And that's when the trine to Pluto comes in very handy, because Mercury suddenly is able to transform and integrate that energy. So on the 26th, when Mercury comes in here, there's this really nice sense of calm and ease. You know, I think the difficulty with Mercury recently is this idea of righteousness. This is right, therefore that is wrong. And actually, you're really yearning for some peace and quiet, some peace from the bickering. And I think what you're really yearning for is that feeling of having a conversation, not to take it anywhere, but just to share. You know, so I think there is this possibility for leadership in conversation, you know, for us to lead with healthy communications, healthy meetings, healthy friendships, where things are fair, where we're not trying to trip people up, where we are absolutely coming into a place of equanimity and balance. So I think this, you know, with the Sun and Mercury in this very quiet part of your chart, it's time for peace. Now, obviously, next week, the following week on the 2nd, we are going to have the annular solar eclipse. So I want to just quickly step through the rest. You know, so on Friday the 27th and Saturday the 28th, there's not much going on, lots of minor aspects. And so I think those 2 days are great for you to chill out and do a bit of pottering, you know, work with the things that absolutely need to be attended to. But as you're coming up to Sunday the 29th, you know, the Sun is going into a conjunction with the South Node here in this part of your chart, which is, you know, a lot of deep and intense emotions. I do think Sunday the 29th could bring up a lot of past pain, actually. Some reminders of where things didn't go very well. Some reminders of when maybe you didn't act very well, and in consequence to the situations that were going on. It's a time of recognition of what's working, what's not. And so I think the things that could be helpful on Sunday the 29th is to absolutely recognize that you're standing for peace now. You're standing for equanimity. You're standing for rest and restoration. You're not really wanting one side to be wrong and the other side to be right. You're not wanting all of your friends to feel separate from each other or from you, or the same with your family. What you're really wanting to find is, how can I get through this in such a way that we're all okay, we're all listened to, we're all supported, nobody's isolated, we're in this really very much together. And so I just think on Sunday, like, really focus on times in the past when things have gone right, not just when they've gone wrong. And you might need to use a bit of mental discipline. Remind yourself of when you've definitely been able to hold differing views in yourself and with other people and still get on. That person is still there. Whatever is going on Sunday is giving you a little peek into the future of the energy and the dynamics of what we'll be playing with on the day of the annular solar eclipse. And if you remember, this eclipse is going to tide us over to the next eclipse, which is months away. So whatever you're going with on the 2nd, make it work for you. Make it absolutely helpful, because you're changing the way you're using your mind. Maybe you're entering into a period of meditation, like really beautiful led meditation, in a way that's being used to create something big for yourself. There's so many different possibilities. And with Mars right now in the 9th, and also Pluto in the 3rd, it's all a learning experience. What you're really craving is the growth and experience from your ruling planets. So I hope this week ahead goes well for you, Scorpio. I think it will. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box. But yeah, speak to you real soon. Let's connect again. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius. So this is the forecast taking you from Monday the 23rd right the way through to Sunday the 29th of September. This week's an interesting one. I've released quite a lot this week, in particular because the partial lunar eclipse was making a square to the galactic center in your chart, in your sign. So you've had quite a lot of attention. And you have got Saturn and Neptune in a square to, this part of your chart. So there are some interesting sort of tightnesses and changes in terms of what your expectations are in life right now. It feels like there's been a lot of change at home, a lot of shifting going on. So what I want to talk about in this forecast is how you can use this week to kind of sign off what was going on last week with the partial lunar eclipse. Like, what came up for you? I've actually got my sun in Sagittarius, and I found it actually quite helpful. All of a sudden, something I'd been really trying to get to grips with for about 3 years or so, all of a sudden I had this flash of insight. Now, that might be because my sun is pretty much exactly in the place of the galactic center, and was really working in a square, so it was dynamic with this particular full moon. But you've got a bit of that going on yourself, I'm sure. So this last week with the partial lunar eclipse has brought up stuff in the realm of our home and how we're living our lives. And so this week, one of the key things about it is it's here to help us thin back from what we've agreed to do in this year ahead, now that we've maybe realized just how big these projects and ideas have grown. You know, at the time of the full moon, things usually grow out of control. So you might have to thin back some of your energy so that you can reappropriate it for something new that you're really wanting to do. But following this week, we've also got the annular solar eclipse that's going to be taking place here. Now, this is a very powerful part of your chart where you get support from friends, you get support from outer networks, where you have a stronger level of influence. So this particular new moon eclipse that's coming up on the 2nd of October is absolutely well worth paying a bit of focused attention to it. So this week in between, I think, is not critical, definitely not critical. You know, it's in the third quarter to waning crescent phase. So, you know, the moon is going into itself. You know, it's getting smaller as the days go by throughout this week. This is matched to the kind of activities such as reflecting, letting go, tidying things up, recycling, being gentle with yourself, taking more care, not going out and kind of thrusting in the world, but being more receptive and yielding. It's a time when we're a little bit more quiet than usual. And for you, from your perspective, Sagittarius, it starts in this part of your chart, which is absolutely really until the 26th, in a place of your relationships and also the baggage that comes with your relationships between the 24th and the 26th. And then between the 26th and the 29th, the moon is in this very sort of dreamy place for you, which absolutely resonates. This sort of like 9th house energy is absolutely about optimism, dreaming big, getting even bigger, and planning for something big. So, you know what? I think whatever's going on right now is pretty big for you and exciting. So what else is going on in this week? Because, you know, as we go into this week, the sun has literally just changed signs as well. That's how big it is. You know, eclipse, equinox this week, and then the following eclipse. So the equinox is starting you off into a new season. And this new season, I think, is very, very social. You're absolutely resonating with the people around you. Then you're kind of going internalized for a month. And then in the third part of this season, as we're coming up to Christmas, we're starting to get into our stride again, and starting to pick up power. So to me, it really feels like the shifts going on in this season for you every year has this kind of sleepy bit in the middle where you're really reflecting on all the socializing before going out and socializing on new terms. So yeah, crikey. Other patterns that are going on is Venus is going into the sign of Scorpio. She is coming into this part of your chart that is very difficult to observe, very difficult for you to articulate, but she is a flowing planet and she's also very intense. She's raising your intuition and in particular your empathy, your ability to stay in connection with people. So don't be at all surprised if you feel like sudden thoughts about people, like and people suddenly from the past come back into your life and want to connect with you. You know, there is this very strong feeling of the past, your old memories. To me, I'm seeing this almost as a Venus retrograde, you know, where we tend to pine for the past a little bit. I don't think you necessarily need to do that, but you know, you're slightly more tired as you're coming into this part of the chart. And of course, Venus, who is loving and connecting, when she's tired, she just wants to cuddle up with whatever is familiar. So you might find some of your familiar old patterns coming up really to reassure you. So this might be a good time to recognize that maybe you're not quite as confident as you usually are. You know, maybe it's time to build that confidence again, to come into yourself and, you know, work out what you're saying to yourself. You know, this is a bit where Venus can be really listening into the self-talk that you've got going on. You know, Venus isn't doing much in this in this week, but I will just let you know that next week and the week after, she's in a very, very powerful place. She is connecting in a trine with Mars and a trine with Saturn. and back. So it's a grand trine with Mars and Saturn. And that's going to be ongoing for a good 2 to 2.5 weeks. This energy is going to be coming in slowly and then fading out slowly. So whatever you discover about yourself in terms of your belief patterns and sneaky little thoughts that might undermine you, you can and will get these resolved. It's completely possible. So just pay attention to what's going on. Now, Mercury is an interesting one as well. So Mercury has been in the sign of Virgo for quite a while, kind of creating a lot of criticism. You may well have had a lot of people in and around your career. So you might have had people giving you feedback, writing to you with complaints, or just kind of getting on your case a little bit, really like trying to be right, when in fact, they could also just be connecting with you out of wanting to connect and to enjoy a bit more sort of shared energy between you. But Virgo like Mercury in Virgo, I think is usually a lot more helpful, but right now it's slightly agitated, I would say. And leading up to the 26th, when Mercury goes into the sign of Libra, just before Mercury goes into Libra on the 26th, Mercury is connecting with Uranus, and that is a day on the Tuesday, the 24th, where it feels like there is a flash of information coming from, the place of your work and your home and how you keep everything regulated, your systems in place. Like maybe they go wrong, maybe they break, maybe there's a bit of chaos, because Uranus often brings up chaos, but it's leading back into your career. And, maybe there's this new dramatic idea that might help you manage your career and your life in a better way. So, whatever crisis is happening, it's bringing you to a place of creation thereafter. That's helpful. Then Mercury is going into an opposition with Neptune, and it's kind of a dreamy day, and also a day when we want to fade away a little bit. It's Wednesday, the 25th. There's a lot of other things going on. It's a whole bunch of things, actually. But I will talk about this particular aspect. This is quite a strong day, lots of very strong instincts. And I think Mercury in opposition to Neptune, it feels like it's difficult to get a straight answer about things. So it might be that people are trying to communicate, but they're also trying to be nice or play fair. And so it might feel like manipulation, and you just want a straight answer. But everyone is tiptoeing around each other. That's my sense. From your chart, that there is so much tiptoeing and not wanting to tread on eggshells that there's nothing that's really clear. The following day, on Thursday, the 26th, Mercury makes a very strong trine to Pluto. And it feels like whatever was coming up on the 24th, or like these new ideas on how you might work, suddenly things get up a gear. Things are switched on, they get activated, and it's like, right, I know how I'm moving forwards now. Boom. And then the same day, Mercury comes into Libra. And I love this, because then you're able to work really directly with the people around you. It feels like you're supported by people, that there is a feeling of a shared dream, a shared vision, and you're part of it. That's nice. And it's also giving you a snapshot of maybe the energy that might be coming in for you at the time of the annular solar eclipse. So Friday, the 27th and 28th, they are largely non-aspected. I mean, there's lots of little minor aspects, but nothing that really grabs the attention. To me, Friday and Saturday is the days when you are just pottering around at home, getting odd jobs done. But then we come to Sunday, the 29th. And on that day, the sun is going to connect to the south node. And it's reminding you of I guess things you've learned in the past about your connections, about your tribe, about your support. So, have you had supportive people around you? Have you had to pull yourself up by the bootstraps? There's a lot of learning in there for you about how support has come in, and what you've learnt about support. And here's the thing, on this particular day as well, you might be realizing the mistakes you've made in the past and how you can tweak that to feel support in the future. In fact, a few days later, there will be the annular solar eclipse happening in this part of your chart. And it's absolutely showing you where you can find support, take support, but also grow a much bigger idea. So all in all, I think this is a very exciting week for you, Sagittarius. Very exciting. I think you should make the most of it because, next month, from let's say around the 20th, like the third week in October, we'll be coming in, the late third and the beginning of the fourth week of October will be coming into the Scorpio time. That's not a time to take action, not for a Sagittarian. That's a time to hide away and go into planning. So use this week to reflect and start to make a plan. There's a lot of stuff coming up, and there's a real sense of approaching support coming for you, which you don't want to miss. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. As ever, if you want to get in touch, you can reach me below in the description field underneath this video are all the different ways you can connect with me and invite me to work with you. And, if not, I will see you in a week's time. There's going to be other forecasts coming out shortly too. So have a great week and connect with you real soon. Bye for now. Capricorn, welcome to this week. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 23rd of September, right the way through to Sunday, the 29th of September. Now, this is a pretty interesting week because on the 22nd of September, right at the end of last week, we had the start of the equinox. So we went into a whole new season. And this is the season that every time it comes up, it's starting this very intense journey from your outward expression, your output, the level of recognition you get in your career, the level of generosity that people have in looking at you, your reputation. This is how you stand in the world. This is a very, very strong moment in time, the start of the new season. And it is taking you from the place of your career into a place of deeper networking and deeper opportunities, and in the sharing of your skills, your love, your beauty, etc. You are ending the year coming into yourself in this deep sense of reflection. Now, obviously, that's a quick overview. There is a 3-month overview that is going to be launched on Monday. But yes, this is a significant time of the year for you because it's all about your output. There's a high level of energy towards your outward focus. Now, this is also the week that comes immediately after the partial lunar eclipse on the 18th, which took place in this part of your chart, a part of the chart where we have influence, natural influence in our local communities. And it's really testing our knowledge of how we think things are built and how things run. This partial lunar eclipse would have really challenged your ideas on the world from a local level. It's in a conjunction with Neptune, which made it a little bit foggy. Maybe the people around you weren't so easy to understand. But this particular partial lunar eclipse will have, because it's a full moon and because of the intensity of it, it would have set up a whole series of kind of chain reaction thoughts in your busy mind. And I'm pretty sure lots of opportunities have come up as a consequence. Now, as we look into this week, not only are we starting with a whole new sign and a whole new season, but Venus is also going into Scorpio on the 23rd, the first day of this week. And also on the 26th, Mercury is going into this highly elevated position in your chart. So this is also significant and worth paying attention to. But the other thing that is important to focus on, and that is that immediately after this week, there will be the second eclipse, the last eclipse of 2024. And that's taking place on the 2nd of October. And it's also happening up here. So there is a lot of emphasis about your career, about your job, your mission in life, your legacy, You know, what is it? What is your life's purpose? And, you know, like if you had a blueprint for your life's purpose, you know, what would need to be on it? Because this is huge. So yeah, a new season, Mercury going into this area, the sun is already in this area. And then the last eclipse of the season, which is a new moon. It's also where the South Node is. So this is interesting because this particular new moon that's happening on the 2nd of October is connected to the South Node. And I always think the South Node, the South Node eclipses are about what are we moving away from? You know, like they remind us we need to cut away from something. And you might not cut away like viscerally, you might just move forwards without something, if that makes sense. You don't have to like visibly saw it all off, but you might just say, you know what, I'm moving ahead on my own, you know. So there is a sense of change, and this eclipse will line you up for a whole sort of 6-month period until the next eclipse comes up next year in 2025. So this is a big year, a big week in the middle of some very important dates. Now, apart from that, it's kind of quiet. It's not. I wish I could say it's quiet, but the moon phase at the very least is moving in the direction of it being quiet. You know, so we're into the third quarter as we start this week on the 23rd. And soon after, we're going into the waning crescent part of the moon phase, like literally the last bit of the moon phase. And during this time, the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. This is absolutely linked to activities such as refining, tying things up, tidying things, you know, like neatening things, making, like understanding how things fit together. It's also a time when we're reflective, where we are getting ready to release things. And, you know, what better way could you release things but in a sense of gratitude, you know? So thank you for being on the journey with me so far. Now I'm letting you go with consciousness. Goodbye. No, it doesn't have to be a person. I wouldn't ditch somebody in that way, by the way, but and ditch is such a horrible word, but you know, the idea that things are being left behind and things, you know, some things are moving forwards with you. So this is this week is about preparing your thoughts and thinning things out. It reminds me, you know, I realized that in this last week, I've celebrated my 7th year in Portugal, literally just, and leading up to migration, you are literally getting ready. It's like the biggest moon phase, like waning crescent, like period of time you can go through as you're ditching things, letting go of things, recycling things, giving things away, selling things, you know. So this is an idea, you know, this is a week where you might choose to like brainstorm everything and then say, okay, this is recycled. I'm going to give this away, you know. So a lot of thinking and, yeah, it's internal. It can be busy. It doesn't have to be, but the whole idea of this is to clear a space. So yeah, I could have just said that right at the start. So my apologies there. Anyway. Right. Venus in Scorpio. This is where I feel pulled to go first. So Venus has been in the top of your chart over the last few weeks or so. And while she was there, she was raising your game somewhat. She was bringing in a bit more attention to you. It's almost like your reputation kind of went up a bit, like in the States, you know, when Venus goes through the 10th spot, you tend to get a lot more attention, affection, you get noticed more. Now she's going into this part of the chart, which is about how you network with people, and how people want to collaborate with you, and also how you are interacting with people in terms of, you know, are you part of a global dream? Is there something that you really stand for that you are part of with other people? What are you co-creating right now? Now, I have to say, she's pretty intense. She's in a detriment in the sign of Scorpio. She's not happy in the sign of Scorpio. However, that's not to say that she's completely useless. You know, Venus here is using quite a bit of discernment. She's also, you know, where she was last week, she was absolutely wanting to be all things to all people. But now she's being a bit more discerning. You know, she's coming into this space of, you know, there are some people I'm really deeply loyal to. There are some people that I feel a high level of trust with, and I'm going to foster those relationships. Now, it's really good to get a balance here, because if your birth chart, if you know your birth chart, I'm sure you do, if your birth chart is pretty crammed around this area, you might find that, especially if it's kind of negatively crammed, like if you've got squares and oppositions, you know, from the planets here, you might find that Venus coming through this area of your chart creates a sort of possessive and obsessiveness about your friends, protecting your friends, protecting your ideas from friends and networks. To me, it's almost like you're looking over your shoulder, you know, because you're not quite sure who you can trust. But if you've got lots of beautiful energy in your chart around this area, you might find that the best aspects of Venus and Scorpio come out, which is the loyalty, the depth, the desire to develop something to a much stronger level, you know, to create such a solid relationship. And it could be the start of something really, really long term. So I see that as all very, very beneficial. Now, Mercury, you know, Mercury's making a lot of aspects, and, you know, he's the man of the match this week. He's doing a lot, and he's making 3 cracking and big aspects with the outer planets. Now, when he's doing that, he's just in the tail end of Virgo. So on the 24th, he's making a trine to Taurus. That is absolutely bringing a load of high energy ideas. To me, it feels like there's a lot of creative ideas that could help you get more independent, help you broaden your perspective. It could be quite shocking. Maybe the information that's coming in to you from the outer world is shocking you into creative action. But to me, it's like ideas creating action, and it's about creation. So there are themes of surprise, change, motion, space, and it could be quite shocking. You know, you might just have a really, really big idea that's so big that, you know, boy, I'm going to have to work, like I'm going to have to really put my back into this, you know. So it could be quite shocking, but it could also be really exciting as well. The next day, on the Wednesday, the 25th of September, Mercury is in an exact opposition with Neptune. Now, you know, this is a little bit difficult to process. You know, here it might feel like people in your local environment aren't so easy to understand, like they're talking in riddles and gibberish. Maybe people are trying to be nice, and, you know, it's just coming out as if people are trying to confuse you or hoodwink you. You might not be able to quite trust what you're hearing. It also might represent that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on between you and the people around you. Maybe like it seems like you're sharing something from the big wide world that you know about, and then the people in your local community are like, "Nah, mate, that's wrong," and then they're like, "La di da di da," you know, drifting off. So it's a really weird day, the 25th. Lots of big energy, you know, aside from this particular aspect. But to me, it just feels like a fuzzy day where you can't really get a clear view on things. But that all changes on the 26th. So on the 26th, Mercury is making this phenomenal trine to Pluto in your first. This to me is transforming. You know, I really think that the idea from the 24th that's coming up has some legs, you know, and you can develop on it. And so on the 26th, it feels like some of the things just kind of click into place, and all of a sudden you can start playing. It's like you're playing it in your mind over and over in your mind's eye, creating a sense of the now and the future, the potential of the idea. And so all of a sudden it's like, boom, there's my idea. And then Mercury goes into the sign of Libra. Fantastic. You know, it's in the 10th. Oh my goodness, my kids are noisy in the background there. It sounds like they're really excited. Excuse me 1 second. It's a bit calm again. That's good. Did that sort of mum yell that happens from time to time. Yeah, so then Mercury goes into the sign of Libra, and Mercury is bringing all of those ideas and that recent sort of shift into the 10th house. And I think it's really beneficial as well, because when Mercury was in this place here, it felt like there was a lot of talk in terms of what's going on in the world, and possibly a lot of polarity really playing out. But where Mercury is now is, you know what, there's some things that I can change, there's some that I can't, but right now I want to use my brain, I want to use my influence to create a level playing field, or a set, this idea that my ideas can be developed. I really want to work with the energy of last week that was working really nicely, and I know I can do it. And so there's this sense of possibility, but also a sense of balance. And there's not that sense that there's this kind of negative narrative going on, which I think Mercury in the sign of Virgo, whilst Virgo is a very helpful sign, when Mercury is really stressed in that sign, it gets really nitpicky. So you're coming out of this nitpicky stage and going into this energy of possibility, which I think is helpful, really, truly helpful. So anyway, I think this is actually hugely helpful, with Mercury coming into this sign, really helping to set the scene for the upcoming annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October, really highlighting this area. So that takes us up to the 26th. Friday the 27th and 28th, Saturday the 28th, they are days with lots of minor aspects, but nothing really jumping out at me. So I think they are days when, it's good to catch up, not to have to think too much, but maybe whilst you're pottering around, getting stuff done, you might realize that all of a sudden an idea, keeps popping up. You have these persistent ideas. I find when I'm not focusing so much on things I'm wanting to achieve, that new thoughts come in. So relax a little bit, relax your mind, and make that work for you. Sunday then, the 29th. The big news there is that the sun by this point is in a conjunction with the south node and in opposition to the north node. The sun connecting with the south node really reminds us of old times, possibly old strategies that have worked to help you get out into your career, possibly old thoughts where you've realized your whole journey in your career and what has worked and what hasn't. Suffice to say, I think Sunday is quite helpful. It's helping you in the whole summing up energy of this whole week. Also summing up any decisions that you've made since the partial lunar eclipse, which was hugely creative and really activating this very sort of active community side of your chart. So, as you're coming to the end of the week, I think what is going on Sunday is just a massive summing up. And I think it's really putting you into the right mind frame. So when the annular solar eclipse comes up, you are ready to use that bad boy for its absolute utter potential. And that is to have a fresh start, raising your game in terms of your career, but also having a massive fresh start. So there you go. I think the last thing I just want to make you aware of, and this will be absolutely highlighted in next week's forecast, but, Venus in Scorpio, she's not asking you to do much because she is getting ready for a really great lineup with your ruling planet Saturn. So she is coming into a trine with Mars and Saturn. She's not there yet, but she is going to come into this setup. Towards the end of this week, Mars is getting closer and closer into a trine with Saturn, and it's giving you a real boost in your productivity. So if you think about this, we're coming into this time where your career is highlighted. There's going to be this fantastic, positive new moon, which is an eclipse in this area of your chart. And also your ruling planet is also going to be making a grand trine with Venus and Mars. That is a very, very powerful effect, and it will absolutely transform all of your relationships. That will, in fact, support your career add to your career and help you find new ideas. So I hope that's helpful. So there you go, Capricorn. That's your lot for this week. Please join me next week, when I expand on that a little bit further. If in the meantime you do want a little bit of extra support, then all you have to do is get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box. And it's as simple as just inviting me to work with you. All the links are there. So anyway, ta-ta, have a great week ahead and catch you next week. Catch you real soon. Bye for now. Aquarius. So this is quite an interesting week because we're into a really strong air sign dynamic. At the start of this week, and this is for the week starting Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you all the way through to the 29th of September. That's Sunday, the 29th. As we come into this week ahead, the sun will have actually changed into the sign of Libra, thereby starting a whole new season. Now, these quarter points, the equinoxes and eclipses, I think are really, really important because they are really showing us like our, it's almost like our compass, our north, south, east and west. It's showing us these times when our energies are going 90 degrees. They are turning, they are changing. And this particular one that's coming up or has just arrived on the 22nd is absolutely brilliant for you, I would say. At this time of the year, every single year, there's an influence during the Libra time to explore an adventure and get bigger, like really feel into the energy of learning more, followed by a rising up of your status, a focus on your status in life, followed by opportunities to collaborate and take all of that influence a step further. So this particular period of time, every year, I think is pretty magical for you. It's really developing your world in quite I would say a very upward, it's taking you on an upward trajectory. So as we start this week, it's pretty big. So, the sun has just gone into the sign of Libra. Now, there's a couple of other things that are particularly striking about this week. And the next one is that Venus is changing signs on the 23rd as we go into the week. And later, Mercury is going into the sign of Libra. Again, something else coming into this sign. So again, there's two big movements. Now, the next thing to focus on is the fact that this week is also sandwiched in between the last two eclipses of 2024. So, last week on the 18th, we had the partial lunar eclipse. I don't know if you saw it. It was magnificent where I was sat at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. But it's beautiful. But the partial lunar eclipse was about, it was showing up very much in this part of your world about money dramas, how you can receive more, how you can earn more, but also what you might need to change about yourself. Like, are you running yourself down? Are you not talking highly about yourself? Are you raising yourself up or not? Where's your self-esteem? All of those kind of issues would have really, really come up, especially in relation to, the ongoing Virgo thing at the time, which was, really bringing in everyone else's baggage. So to me, it felt like the last eclipse, you were working out your intrinsic value whilst also trying to kind of pull yourself apart from everyone else's sort of judgments of you. But the next eclipse, the other side of this week, is going to be up here in the sign of Libra. It is really about the adventure. It's setting up a whole new adventurous mindset, a growth mindset. It's very good if you're wanting to study, but there is an acquisition of space, an acquisition of independence, an acquisition to learn more. To me, you are acquiring something, and it could be the big adventure, but there is a questing for more. Whatever you have had in your life up till now, this is signaling a very strong calling to experience your life from a much bigger perspective. So this week in between is pretty phenomenal, set in between those 3 dates, the 2 eclipses and the equinox, with 2 planet changes. How's it getting better than this? So, one of the things, I want to talk about is the waning crescent moon that's going on. So, from here, the full moon to hear the new moon. We're in between, the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. This is reflecting the fact that this is a time to be a bit more reserved, to pull back into yourself, to tie up loose ends, to kind of neaten everything up. I see this as a need to clear space so that you've got more space to move around and to play. So how can you create more playfulness for yourself would be one of my big questions to you in this week ahead. How can you prepare for playfulness? How can you just get rid of all the stuff that is absolutely pulling you out of your joy and out of your sense of adventure? So anywhere there's clutter, look, I've got pots of pens and rulers, all this stuff, I'm looking around at these plants and stuff that need watering. If I was in your shoes, I would be paring all this back and thinking, no, I need space. So how can you create space for yourself so your life flows so much more beautifully? And I say that really purposefully because, the moon is going to go through the 6th house between the 24th and the 26th. And that's a very intense time. That's the time when Mercury is making a trine to one of your ruling planets, Uranus. Then the next day on the 25th of September, he's making an opposition to Neptune. And then on the 26th, the day he goes into Libra, he also makes a trine to Pluto. So, that particular time is really busy with thinking, but it's also the moon is going through this part of your chart, which is about getting more organized. So I absolutely recommend that this tying up of loose ends is absolutely about freeing you so that as this new moon comes in, this new eclipse on the 2nd of October, which isn't far away, you are absolutely pared down. You've created space. Nature abhors a vacuum. And so everywhere where you've created space, new fresh energy can come in and excite and delight you. So that's my thinking anyway. Venus then, she comes in on the 23rd. She is going straight into the top spot, into the sign of Scorpio. She's not great in Scorpio, to be fair. She is in her detriment in the sign of Scorpio. She can get a little bit possessive and jealous of other people's success here. However, she's also showing you what you might want to drill down into, what you might want to be persistent in. She's also showing you, and not like persistence, Venus isn't known for persistence, but she is loyal in the sign of Scorpio, and she's deep and she's intense. So it might show where you're kind of lovingly attending to something in your career with a lot of internal focus. This kind of thing can show up with work affairs, I have to say. It could be love at work coming in if you're single. It kind of raises a bit of a glamour about yourself, an air of mystery in terms of your work, where you are more noticeable, you are more visible, people see you, start recognizing the kinds of things you're bringing to your work. It's pretty helpful. Now, obviously, if you know your birth chart, I would absolutely urge you to see what you've got going on in this part of your chart. If you've got a lot of oppositions, then Venus here is going to trigger them. So it could bring out the obsessed and possessive side of Venus. But if you've got loads of helpful things linking into this part of your chart, then Venus is going to add depth and richness and intensity. And I think it's a possibility to grow deeper trust. So, for instance, if you're a client services manager or something like that, this is perfect. You select the people that you feel absolutely in alignment with and work really intensely with them. This is a very transformative opportunity in terms of your career. And saying that, I don't think you have to actually work very hard with Venus this week, but you might want to think about who you're going to focus on and what you're going to focus on, because in a week's time, in next week's forecast, something that's brewing, and this is with your other ruling planet, which is Saturn. Venus is going to come into a trine with Saturn. And, FYI, Saturn is also going to be in a trine with Mars, is already in a trine with Mars. And, Mars is coming into the exact trine at the end of the week. But there is going to be a grand trine with one of your rulers. In fact, there's two grand trines. There's Uranus, the Sun, and Pluto. And then sort of from next week, your other ruling planet is going to be grand trining with Venus and Mars and itself. You know, this is a very good time to move along and to feel solid opportunities. But this next one that's coming in next week, you know, is all about stability and taking action. And taking action that's not over the top, that's not brash, that's not hard. It's kind of softened and glamorized. So I think you'll know exactly what action to take. So maybe all you need to do in this week ahead is just be open. Think about what you're enjoying about your career. How would you like to share more love in your career? And then, you know, next week and the following week, that Venus is going to get activated in a very, very helpful way. So yeah, Mercury on the 24th then is making this kind of sharp and interesting and exciting aspect with Uranus. To me, it feels like there's a bit of news from home. It might be pulling up a little bit of triggering. There might be some kind of family situation that's going on that leaves you a little bit breathless and a bit like, oh crikey, I thought we'd grown beyond this, you know. It's like a family tendency, and it may well shock you. It might excite you. It might bring up a sense of, okay, something needs to change. And that can be exciting. But on Wednesday, the 25th, when Mercury's in an opposition to Neptune, it actually feels a little bit overwhelming. And so, you know, Wednesday, the 25th, there's so many really hard energies. I suggest you kind of zone out. And, you know, when people just look straight ahead and they're like defocused, they're kind of like looking at you, but they're not. You know, you might need to defocus a little bit and just think, okay, I just need a bit of time. I need this to integrate. It's probably not going to happen today. But on the 26th, which is the Thursday, as Mercury comes into a trine with Pluto, it feels like everything is dropping in and integrating in your mind. It's starting to make sense. And there's a bit of a plan. There's a shape, a plan that's coming together. So then, you know, as Mercury goes into the 9th house, it feels exciting. It feels like there's a plan of action. It feels like there is an expansion going on for you. So I'm super excited. This is pretty good astrology. Now, Friday and Saturday, that's the 27th and 28th. There's lots of minor aspects going on. Nothing, you know, too big, nothing too challenging. So what I think with that is it's a kind of business as usual, kind of potter around, get things done. You know, it's not a time to go planning big stuff, but make the most of, you know, Pluto's in your unconscious mind here. He's working quite hard to, you know, draw a line under any kind of self-sabotage, anywhere where you're holding on to ideas a bit too strongly. So, you know, during that time when you're pottering around, use this time to just daydream and not focus too much on things. Because I always think that time is the most precious time, in fact, because that's when your unconscious mind can suddenly bring something forward. You know, all of a sudden you get this thought and, oh, where did that come from? But, you know, I think if you're asking great questions about, you know, I wonder what will happen with this, or I wonder how I could free myself from this. If you're busy minding your own business, doing stuff, answers often fall into place. So there's a big energy of that happening this week for you. Last of all, then on Sunday, the 29th, you know, the sun at this point is absolutely coming into a conjunction with the South Node, and the future annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October is also a South Node eclipse. These eclipses are drawing a line under the past. They're really helping us to assess what was working and also what was good, but also what we're taking with us into a future and actually what needs to stay in the past. And so I think, you know, on Sunday, the 29th, it's a day to, like allow any of the past stuff to come up and look at it, really observe it. You don't have to sugarcoat it. You don't have to be nostalgic about it particularly, but just recognize what was working and what wasn't. This is almost like a recap of the last 2 weeks for you, really getting you prepared so that as the 2nd of October comes up with the solar eclipse, you are absolutely ready to move forwards with some real confidence on some very big, exciting and expansive plans. So there you go, Aquarius. I hope that was helpful. Yeah, if I can do anything to help in the meantime, get in touch. All of my details are below. And, you know, if you want to work with me, just simply invite me to work with you using one of my links below. So anyway, have a great one. Catch you another time. Yeah, bye for now. Pisces, this is your forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 23rd of September, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 29th of September. Now, the first question I want to ask is, how you doing, my old mucker? You know, last week you had the partial lunar eclipse in your own sign in a conjunction to Neptune. I mean, that is a really intense kind of dream-like moon. I mean, that's really strong. It's in your first house, kind of maybe helping you articulate your dreams, maybe helping you focus on your dreams. But, you know, like the whole energy of a full moon is bringing everything to your awareness really quickly, really sharply in one big go. It's in the first house of your chart, absolutely aligned to your identity. And so it might be that you're really feeling quite different to the you that was existing just 2 weeks ago. You know, it feels like, oh my goodness, I almost don't recognize myself. I'm going through such a shift right now. So, you know, I really do think this is about shifting. But the big question is, where are you shifting to? Now, obviously, these eclipses come in two parts. And I'm talking about the week in between these two eclipses. But I would be crazy to just talk about this week without recognizing that it's really being birthed from last week's eclipse, and that after this week, there is the run up to the next eclipse, which is going to happen here in your 8th house. You know, this next eclipse, I think, is clearing the baggage. It's clearing a load of emotional baggage for you, and it's setting a new path, a new precedent, a new direction in terms of what you're prepared to put up with and what needs to go. I'm pretty excited about it. Now, the other big thing that is also surrounding this week is the fact that we've just had a season change on the 22nd, literally the day before. The sun went into the sign of Libra, starting a new season for the next 3 months, taking you through a whistle-stop tour of everyone's sort of judgments of you and shared investments and shared values. So everything that you're sharing intimately with your partner and your family, all that stuff is coming up, and it can be really irritating and annoying. It's almost like you don't get much space to think and work things out for yourself. It's a very, very intense time. It can be quite sexual as well, which is a nice little bonus there. You know, the 9th house, which comes up next, is creating a sense of adventure, which I think naturally comes after this very heavy and deep and sort of psychological time, because, you know, all of a sudden you're wanting to release and get some fresh air and get a new fresh perspective, which then leads you into the end of this particular season that we're in, where you're at the top of your game, you know. So you can see how these ideas are running into each other, you know, like the idea of working through your inner psychology, then get some space, and then you really are ready to know how your career needs to be shaped. But here's the great thing, you know, this next eclipse, it is giving you the energy to make a big, big shift. So yeah, this week's got a lot going on. So let's drill down into this week a bit more, you know, not so much what's on the outside, but what's really going on. Now, there's the Venus in Scorpio that's also happening on the 23rd. That's another sort of scene shift, a scene change. It's like an interval in a play. You know, there's a new tone. And, you know, Venus coming through this part of your chart, I think, is exciting. It could bring in love opportunities from people that are foreign to you. It can bring in a lot of new friends from a different walk of life, a different perspective, maybe a different cultural background, religious background. You know, there is a feeling of connection with people who are different, just simply different. And that, you know, I was trying to think, you know, what word shall I use? But different's fine. There's nothing wrong with different. I think, you know, for me, different is a great word, not a loaded word. You know, Venus here is also bringing up a love of learning, you know, and an ease with learning, you know. So if there's something you want to learn or study, now's the time. You know, it's really quite helpful. In this week as well, we've also got Mercury changing into the sign of Libra on the 26th from the sign of Virgo. Now, before he goes into the sign of Libra, he's going to make 3 big aspects. And I do want to pace this out with you. So let's do that. On the 24th, Mercury is in the sign of Virgo and makes this very striking trine to Uranus. What he's doing here is really showing that there's new information coming to you via friends and also coming from your neighborhood that could kind of rock your closest friends, rock your maybe your partner. To me, it feels like there's a lot of exciting information, a lot of interesting perspectives. This is quite interesting. I mean, this could be like a blooming good night out. This is, where there's a sense of mischief in your community. And that can be really, really useful. But I also think there is something to learn from your community, which could take a little bit of time to come to terms with. It might be a bit overwhelming, almost like there's almost too much going on. And then the next day, on Wednesday, the 25th, which is quite an intense day, I have to say, there's lots of sort of planetary movements, like a couple of semi-squares with Pluto and Saturn, Uranus, and also Mars. So pretty intense. But the thing I'm looking at is Mercury in opposition to Neptune in your first. I think what you were going through at the time of the partial lunar eclipse just last week on the 18th, and also those exciting ideas from the day before, it's just like, oh my goodness, there's just too much going on. I need a break. When you get overwhelmed and all you can do is kind of look into the middle distance, you don't focus on anything because you don't know what to say, you don't know what to think. So you're just kind of ever so slightly zoned out. And that's probably a protective principle. Don't expect to get any common sense from anyone on Wednesday, the 25th. I think everyone's a bit overwrought and needing a bit of a break. I don't think people are particularly clear. There is just a massive sense of overwhelm. But the day of the 26th, Thursday, the 26th, all of a sudden the penny drops. There is this trine between Mercury and Pluto. And again, it's sort of like connecting your partner or your close friends with a sort of outer shell of networks. It feels like there's action to be taken. And I don't know what that action might be. I don't know what situations you'll be in. But to me, there's the penny dropping about something, and it's possible to move forwards again. And then Mercury just moves straight into Libra. And I think this is helpful. I do want to say, Mercury in the sign of Virgo is usually quite powerful. And Virgos as a sign really do want to create a difference. They are really, service to others. They are absolutely about healing and getting things right first time. But, they are a bit nitpicky, and if Mercury is stressed out or the current political or planetary weather is a little bit frantic, which I think it is right now, if you don't mind me saying so, then I think Mercury in Virgo can be pedantic and divisive and polarizing. The phrase, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Mercury in Virgo at these kind of times, it wants to be right, and it will use facts and judgment to get the upper hand. It's really judgmental and critical. It's not always like this, and I think it's kind of misbehaving. And so I actually think as Mercury goes into the sign of Libra, there's this collective this sigh of relief, because all of a sudden people are going to be talking reasonably to each other. Even for you, with Mercury going into the 8th house, which can be particularly triggering, it's important to realize that when we go into conversations with an outcome, there's always this kind of posturing to see who's going to move and who's going to shift, so that there's some kind of agreement. But actually, what would be better is, can we just talk without having like an agreement? Can we just find out about each other? Let's find out what is behind all of the views that you're holding right now. Let's find out what's underneath your politics right now, underneath your religion right now, underneath your idea on healthcare, underneath your idea on international politics and potential of World War III. Like we all hold these ideas, in our sort of auric field, almost like a force field, like this is what I stand for. But actually, it means nothing, because underneath, like, nobody knows how you got there. And that's what I think is most important right now. How did you and how did everyone in your life come to express themselves in the way that they are? This particular Mercury in Libra is giving us the time to lead in conversations and set the tone. I do want to find out about you. I want to find out how you got to these conclusions, not from a place of judging you, but from a place of wanting to know how to understand you better, and vice versa. I mean, like, this could be absolutely peaceful. What a peaceful transition this could be if we could all do that and hold that as our abiding energy right now, is to like judge nothing in terms of how people are seeing life, but just connect in at a deep level. And I think we've got the chance to do that. I really, truly do. I'm sure loads of people will fight you for it though. And I may well be reporting back next week with egg on my face where I fail at my own suggestions, but we live and learn. It's an ideal, at least, but it's possible. So then, after that, it's Friday and Saturday, the 27th, 28th, and there's a lot of minor aspects going on those days. So I think that's business as usual. You don't have to think too hard. Use that time to drift off. This is a drifting time. Like, the waning crescent is about letting go and going into an allowance and being like in gratitude for the things you've had, and to thank the world, thank everyone around you. Thank you for this, and kind of letting go and forgiving. This is a time of not holding on to things, but kind of allowing things in. About like your breath, you can't hold on to your breath. You might be able to, but if you are only receiving and not letting go, you'll pass out very quickly. So please do go into the natural flow of the out breath, which is the waning crescent. Now, last day, Sunday the 29th. This is the day that I think is setting you up with a precursor for the annular solar eclipse on the 2nd of October. On that day, the sun is in a conjunction to the south node. And it's kind of beautiful. Now, it might bring up a load of old baggage, given that it's taking place in this part of your chart, which is absolutely about other people's views, helpful as they may be or not, and also how you've judged people as well. And so I see Sunday as being a real review point. And it doesn't have to be a maudlin one. I think it's actually quite a beneficial one. You've got full access to the Libra energy to like work through it and weigh things up, and not to have to judge it. But you're starting to formulate an idea of a plan, a way forwards. So absolutely use that as much as you can, because as you are coming out of the 29th, and as we're flowing with this waning crescent towards this new moon eclipse, this is absolutely going to form into a new direction for you. So Pisces, it's been a pleasure for this week ahead. I hope you've enjoyed it. If I can help you in any further way, all you have to do is get in touch. All of my details are below. All you need to do is invite me to work with you, and click on one of those links and it's all there for you. So there you go. I hope you've enjoyed this, and I look forward to catching up with you next week, or at some point real soon. Lots of love to you. So there you have it. That's the end of my weekly forecast. I'm actually feeling quite good. I really love this. During me recording this, I got a new supporter, so I had to quickly update my slides to say hello to astrolog Nestrin Turel, whose name I've probably completely pronounced in a terrible way. So my apologies there, but welcome and thank you. I really appreciate you, as I do everyone else that is part of the Feel Good Astrology community. So thank you so much. I really feel like I can relax and absolutely just chill out now. This has felt like quite an important week ahead in terms of recording this. You know, the tensions of last week were pretty palpable, but I'm really getting a sense of movement now. It's funny, as I'm recording each of these forecasts, more things are occurring to me. It's like a deeper knowledge of it is dropping in, if that makes sense. I really do think this next eclipse is a big one, symbolizing some massive change. I don't want to pay attention to the news because there's always so much stuff going on, and I almost don't want to know what's coming up. I think really right now, what would be really helpful is for us to get out of our heads and absolutely into our hearts and into our bodies, and stop being swayed by so many things, but really come into this place of center and balance. And of course, Libra is all about balance, although it's quite airy and ideas related. But, you know, I wish you all a beautiful week. I wish you a fantastic week, however it occurs for you. Let us know how you get on. Speak to you real soon. I'm going to go and have a cuppa and put my feet up. So yeah, catch you another time. Bye for now.